There we go. Now the mic's on. Every time there's like a little black section in the front of my sock puppet, and it always makes me think they look angry. Even though I know what the angry face looks like on it. Yeah, super angry. Trembling with rage. Looking at the audience with contempt. Anyways. Go back to default. I'm not angry. Man, I got a delay in my own Twitch watching. I gotta refresh this. I wanna see. There we go. Can I please? Oh gosh, no, feedback. I was panicked. Why is me? Oh my gosh. Whatever. I can see chat now. That's all that matters. Okay, so we have been reading The Chronicles of Narnia by C.S. Lewis. We are now on the final book, or at least the final in the chronological order. This is not the published order. And the final one should be the last battle? Yeah, we're on the last battle. So this will be the final book of Narnia that I read with you guys. Sad times. Okay, so chapter 1 by Cauldron Pool. I'm gonna take my glasses off. There we go. In the last days of Narnia, far up to the west beyond Lantern Waste, and close beside the great waterfall, there lived an ape. He was so old that no one could remember when he had first come to live in those parts, and he was the cleverest, ugliest, most wrinkled ape you can imagine. He had a little house, built of wood and thatched with leaves, up in the fork of a great tree, and his name was Shift. There were very few talking beasts or men or dwarves or people of any sort in that part of the wood, but Shift had one friend and neighbor who was a donkey called Puzzle. At least they both said they were friends, but from the way things went on, you might have thought Puzzle was more like Shift's servant than his friend. He did all the work. When they were together to the river, Shift filled the big skin bottles with water, but it was Puzzle who carried them back. When they wanted anything from the towns farther down the river, it was Puzzle who went down with empty panniers on his back and came back with the panniers full and heavy. And all the nicest things that Puzzle brought back were eaten by Shift. For as Shift said, "You see, Puzzle, I can't eat grass and thistles like you, so it's only fair I should make it up in other ways." And Puzzle always said, "Oh, of course, Shift, of course, I see that." Puzzle never complained, because he knew that Shift was far cleverer than himself, and he thought it was very kind of Shift to be friends with him at all. And if ever Puzzle did try to argue about anything, Shift would always say, "Now, Puzzle, I understand what needs to be done better than you. You know you're not clever, Puzzle." And Puzzle always said, "No, Shift, it's quite true. I'm not clever." Then he would sigh and do whatever Shift had said. One morning, early in the year, the pair of them were out walking along the shore of Cauldron Pool. Cauldron Pool is the big pool right under the cliffs at the western end of Narnia. The great waterfall pours down into it with a noise like everlasting thunder, and the river of Narnia flows out on the other side. The waterfall keeps the pool always dancing and bubbling and churning round and round as if it were on the boil, and that, of course, is how it got its name, Cauldron Pool. It is liveliest in the early spring when the waterfall is swollen with all the snow that has melted off the mountains far from up beyond Narnia in the western wild from which the river comes. Excuse me. And as they looked at Cauldron Pool, Shift suddenly pointed with his dark, skinny finger and said, "Look, what's that?" "What's what?" said Puzzle. "That yellow thing that's just come down the waterfall. Look. There it is again. It's floating. We must find out what it is." "Must we?" said Puzzle. "Of course we must," said Shift. "It may be something useful. Just hop into the pool like a good fellow and fish it out. Then we can have a proper look at it." "Hop into the pool," said Puzzle, twitching his long ears. Well, how are we to get it if you don't? Asked the ape. But, said Puzzle, wouldn't it be better if you went in? Because, you see, it's you who wants to know what it is, and I don't much. And you've got hands, you see. You're as good as a man, or dwarf when it comes to catching hold of things. I've only got hooves. Really, Puzzle, said Shift. I didn't think you'd ever say such a thing like that. I didn't think it of you, really. Why, what have I said wrong? Said the ass, speaking in rather humble voice, for he saw that Shift was very deeply offended. All I meant was, wanting me to go into the water, said the ape, as if you didn't know perfectly well what weak chests apes always have, and how easily they catch cold. Very well, I will go in. I'm feeling cold enough already in this cruel wind, but I'll go in. I shall probably die, then you'll be sorry. And Shift's voice sounded as if he were going to burst into tears. Please don't, said Puzzle, half braying and half talking. I never meant anything of the sort, Shift, really I didn't. You know how stupid I am and how I can't think of more than one thing at a time. I'd forgotten about your weak chest. Of course I'll go in. You mustn't think of doing it yourself. Promise me you won't, Shift. So Shift promised, and Puzzle went clippity-clop on his 4 hooves round the rocky edge of the pool to find a place where he could get in. Quite apart from the cold, it was no joke getting into the quivering and foaming water, and Puzzle had to stand and shiver for a whole minute before he made up his mind to do it. But then Shift called up from behind him and said, Perhaps I'd better do it after all, Puzzle. And when Puzzle heard that, he said, No, you promised. I'm in now. And in he went. A great mass of foam got him in the face and filled his mouth with water and blinded him. Then he went under altogether for a few seconds, and when he came up again, he was in quite another part of the pool. Then the swirl caught him and carried him round, and faster, till it took him right under the waterfall itself, and the force of the water plunged him down, deep down, so that he thought he would never be able to hold his breath till he came up again. And when he had come up, and when at last he got somewhere near the thing he was trying to catch, it sailed away from him till it too got under the fall and was forced down to the bottom. When it came up again, it was farther down from him than ever. But at last, when he was almost tired to death and bruised all over and numb with cold, he succeeded in gripping the thing with his teeth. And out he came, carrying it in front of him and getting his front hooves tangled up in it. For it was as big as a large hearth rug, and it was very heavy and cold and slimy. He flung it down in front of Shift and stood dripping and shivering and trying to get his breath back, but the ape never looked at him or asked him how he felt. The ape was too busy going round and round the thing and spreading it out and patting it and smelling it. Then a wicked gleam came into his eye, and he said, It's a lion's skin. Oh, it is, gasped Puzzle. Now I wonder, said Shift to himself, for he was thinking very hard. I wonder who killed the poor lion, said Puzzle presently. It ought to be buried. We must have a funeral. It wasn't a talking lion, said Shift. You needn't bother about that. There are no talking beasts up beyond the falls, up in Western Wild. This skin must have belonged to a dumb wild lion. This, by the way, was true. Was true. A hunter, a man, had killed and skinned this lion somewhere up in the Western Wild several months before, but that didn't come into this story. All the same, Shift, said Puzzle. Even if the skin only belonged to a dumb wild lion, oughtn't we to give it a decent burial? I mean, aren't all lions rather, solemn? Because of you-know-who, don't you see? Don't you start getting ideas into your head, Puzzle, said Shift, because thinking isn't your strong point. We'll make this skin into a fine warm winter coat for you. Oh, I don't think I'd like that, said the donkey. It would look, the other beasts might think, that is to say, I shouldn't feel... What are you talking about, said Shift, scratching his head the wrong way. Scratching himself the wrong way as apes do. I don't think it would be respectful to the great lion, to Aslan himself, if an ass like me went about dressed up in a lion's skin, said Puzzle. Now don't stand arguing, please, said Shift. What does an ass like you know about things of that sort? You know you're no good at thinking. So why don't you let me do your thinking for you? Why don't you treat me as I treat you? I don't think I can do everything. I know you're better at some things than I am. That's why I let you go into the pool. I knew you'd do it better than me. But why can't I have my turn when it comes to something I can do and you can't? Am I never allowed to do anything? To be fair, turn and turn about. Oh, do be fair, turn and turn about. Oh, well, of course, if you put it that way, said Puzzle. I tell you what, said Shift. You'd better take a good brisk trot down the river as far as Clipping Ford and see if they've got any oranges or bananas. But I'm so tired, Shift, pleaded Puzzle. Yes, but you are very cold and wet, said the ape. You want something to warm you up? A brisk trot would do just the thing. Besides, it's market day at Clippingford today. And then, of course, Puzzle said that he would go. As soon as he was alone, Shift went shambling along, sometimes on 2 paws and sometimes on 4, till he reached his own tree. Then he swung himself up from branch to branch, chattering and grinning all the time, and went into his little house. He found needle and thread and a big pair of scissors there, for he was a clever ape, and the dwarves had taught him how to sew. He put the ball of thread, it was very thick stuff, more like cord than thread, into his mouth so that his cheeks bulged out as if he were sucking a big bit of toffee. He held the needle between his lips and took the scissors in his left paw. Then he came down the tree and shambled across to the lion skin. He squatted down and got to work. He saw at once that the body of the lion skin would be too long for Puzzle and its neck too short, so he cut a good piece of the body and used it to make a long collar for Puzzle's long neck. Then he cut off the head and sewed the collar in between the head and the shoulders. He put threads on both sides of the skin so that it would tie up under Puzzle's chest and stomach. Every now and then a bird would pass overhead and Shift would stop his work, looking anxiously up. He did not want anyone to see what he was doing, but none of the birds he saw were talking birds, so it didn't matter. Late in the afternoon, Puzzle came back. He was not trotting, but only plodding patiently along, the way donkeys do. There weren't any oranges, he said, and there weren't any bananas. And I'm very tired. He lay down. Come and try on your beautiful new lion skin coat, said Shift. Oh, bother that old skin, said Puzzle. I'll try it on in the morning. I'm too tired tonight. You are unkind, Puzzle, said Shift. If you're tired, what do you think I am? All day long while you've been having a lovely, refreshing walk down the valley, I've been working hard to make you a coat. My hands are so tired I can hardly hold these scissors. And now you won't say thank you, and you won't even look at the coat, and you don't care, and my dear Shift, said Puzzle, getting up at once. I'm so sorry. I've been horrid. Of course I'd love to try it on, and it looks simply splendid. Do try it on me at once. Please do. Well, stand still then, said the ape. The skin was very heavy for him to lift, but in the end, with a lot of pulling and pushing and puffing and blowing, he got it onto the donkey. He tied it underneath Puzzle's body, and he tied its legs to Puzzle's legs, and the tail to Puzzle's tail. A good deal of Puzzle's grey nose and face could be seen through the open mouth of the lion's head. No one who had seen a real lion would have been taken in for a moment, but if someone who had never seen a lion looked at Puzzle in his lion skin, he just might mistake him for a lion, if he didn't come too close, and if the light was not too good, and if Puzzle didn't let out a bray and didn't make any noise with his hooves. You look wonderful, wonderful, said the ape. If anyone saw you now, they'd think you were Aslan, the great lion himself. That would be dreadful, said Puzzle. No, it wouldn't, said Shift. Everyone would do whatever you told them. But I don't want to tell them anything. But think of the good we could do, said Shift. You'd have me to advise you, you know. I'd think of sensible orders for you to give, and everyone would have to obey us, even the king himself. We would set everything right in Narnia. But isn't everything right already? Said Puzzle. What? Cried Shift. Everything's right when there are no oranges or bananas. Well, you know, said Puzzle, there aren't many people. In fact, I don't think there's anyone but yourself who wants those sort of things. There's sugar too, said Shift. Yes, said the ass. It would be nice if there was more sugar. Well then, that's settled, said the ape. You will pretend to be Aslan, and I'll tell you what to say. No, said Puzzle. Don't say such dreadful things. It would be wrong, Shift. I may not be very clever, but I know that much. What would become of us if the real Aslan turned up? I expect he'd be very pleased, said Shift. Probably he sent us the lion skin on purpose, so that we could set things right. Anyway, he never does turn up, you know, not nowadays. At that moment, there came a great thunderclap right overhead, and the ground trembled with a small earthquake. Both the animals lost their balance and were flung on their faces. "There!" gasped Puzzle as soon as he had breath to speak. "It's a sign. A warning. I knew we were doing something dreadfully wicked. Take this wretched skin off me at once." "No, no," said the ape, whose mind worked very quickly. "It's a sign the other way. I was just going to say that if the real Aslan, as you call him, meant us to go on with this, he would send us a thunderclap and an earth tremor. It was just on the tip of my tongue, only the sign itself came before I could get the words out. You've got to do it now, Puzzle. And please don't let us have any more arguing. You know you don't understand these things. What could a donkey know about signs?" Hello, Frozen. We got raided. Oh no. Chapter 2. The Rashness of the King. Welcome, Raiders. We are currently reading the final book in the Chronicles of Narnia. We've been reading them in the chronological order, so we're on the last battle. About 3 weeks later, the last of the kings of Narnia sat under the great oak which grew beside the door of his little hunting lodge, where he often stayed for 10 days or so in the pleasant spring weather. It was a low thatched building not far from the eastern end of Lantern Waste, and some way above the meeting of the two rivers. He loved to live there simply and at ease, away from the state and the pomp of Cair Paravel, the royal city. His name was King Tyrion, and he was between 20 and 25 years old. His shoulders were already broad and strong, and his limbs full of hard muscle, but his beard was still scanty. He had blue eyes and a fearless, honest face. There was no one with him that spring morning except his dearest friend, Jewel the unicorn. They loved each other like brothers, and each had saved the other's life in the wars. The lordly beast stood close beside the king's chair, with its neck bent round, polishing its blue horn against the creamy whiteness of its flank. "I cannot set myself to any work of sport today, Jewel," said the king. "I can think of nothing but this wonderful news. Think you we shall hear any more of it today?" "There are the most wonderful tidings ever heard in our days of our fathers or our grandfathers' days, sire," said Jewel, "if they are true." "How can they choose but be true?" said the king. "It is more than a week ago that the first birds came flying over us saying Aslan is here. Aslan has come to Narnia again. And after that it was the squirrels. They had not seen him, but they said it was certain he was in the woods. Then came the stag. He said he had seen him with his own eyes, a great way off, by moonlight, in Lantern Waste. Then came that dark man with the beard, the merchant from Calormen. The Calormens care nothing for Aslan as we do, but the man spoke of it as a thing beyond doubt. And there was the badger that last night. He too had seen Aslan." "Indeed, sire," answered Jewel. "I believe it all. If I seem not to, it is only that my joy is too great to let my belief settle itself. It is almost too beautiful to believe." "Yes," said the king with a great sigh, almost a shiver of delight. "It is beyond all that I ever hoped for all my life." "Listen," said Jewel, putting its head to one side and cocking his ears forwards. "What is it?" asked the king. "Hooves, sire," said Jewel. "A galloping horse. A very heavy horse. It must be one of the centaurs. And look, there he is." A great golden-bearded centaur, with man's sweat on his forehead and horse's sweat on his chestnut flanks, dashed up to the king, stopped and bowed low. "Hail, king!" it cried in a voice as deep as a bull's. "Oh, there," said the king, looking over his shoulder towards the door of the hunting lodge. "A bowl of wine for the noble centaur. Welcome, Ruinwit. When you have found your breath, you shall tell us your errand." A page came out of the house carrying a great wooden bowl, curiously carved, and handed it to the centaur. The centaur raised the bowl and said, "I drink first to Aslan, the truth, sire, and secondly to your majesty." He finished the wine, enough for 6 strong men, at one draught, and handed the empty bowl back to the page. "Now, Ruinwit," said the king, "do you bring us more news of Aslan?" Ruinwit looked very grave, frowning a little. "Sire," he said, "you know how long I have lived and studied the stars, for we centaurs live longer than you men, and even longer than your kind unicorn. Never in all of my days have I seen such terrible things written in the skies as there have been nightly since last year. The stars say nothing of the coming of Aslan, nor of peace nor of joy. I know but my art that there have not been such disastrous conjunctions of the planets for 500 years. It was already in my mind to come and warn your majesty that some great evil hangs over Narnia, but last night the rumor reached me that Aslan is abroad in Narnia. Sire, do not believe this tale. It cannot be. The stars never lie, but men and beasts do. If Aslan were really coming to Narnia, the skies would have foretold it. If he were really come, all the most gracious stars would have been assembled in his honor. It is all a lie. A lie? Said the king fiercely. What creatures in Narnia, or all the world, would dare to lie in such a manner? And without knowing it, he laid his hand on his sword hilt. That I know not, Lord King, said the centaur. But I know there are liars on earth. There are none among the stars. I wonder, said Jewel, whether Aslan might not come through all the stars foretold otherwise. He is not the slave of the stars, but their maker. Is it not said in all those old stories that he is not a tame lion? Well said, Jewel, cried the king. Those are the very words, not a tame lion. It comes in many tales. Runewit had just raised his hand and was leaning forward to say something very earnestly to the king, when all three of them turned their heads to listen to a wailing sound that was quickly drawing nearer. The wood was so thick to the west of them that they could not see the newcomer yet, but they could soon hear the words. Woe, 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 cried the voice. Woe for my brothers and sisters, woe for the holy trees. The woods are laid to waste, the axe is loosed against us. We are being felled. Great trees are falling, falling, falling. When the last falling, the speaker came in sight. She was like a woman, but so tall that her head was on level with the centaurs, yet she was like a tree, too. It is hard to explain if you have never seen a dryad, but quite unmistakable once you have, something different in their color, the voice, and the hair. King Tyrion and the two beasts knew at once that she was a nymph of a beech tree. Justice, Lord King, she cried. Come to our aid. Protect your people. They are felling us in Lantern Waste. 40 great trunks of my brothers and sisters are already on the ground. What? Lady, felling Lantern Waste? Murdering the talking trees, cried the king, leaping to his feet and drawing his sword. How dare they? And who dares it? Now, by the mane of Aslan. Ah, gasped the dryad, shuddering as if in pain, shuddering time after time as if under repeated blows. Then all at once she fell sideways as if suddenly, as if both her feet had been cut out under her. For a second they saw her laying dead on the grass, and then she vanished. They knew what had happened. Her tree, miles away, had been cut down. For a moment the king's grief and anger were so great that he could not speak. Then he said, Come, friends, we must go upriver and find the villains who have done this, with all the speed we may. I will leave not one of them alive. Sire, with a good will, said Jewel. But Runewit said, Sire, be wary even in your just wrath. There are strange doings afoot. If there should be rebels in arms further up the valley, we three are far too few to meet them. It would please you to wait while... I will not wait a tenth of a second, said the king. But while Jewel and I go forward, do you gallop as hard as you may to Cair Paravel. Here is my ring for your token. Give me a score of men-at-arms, all well mounted, and a score of talking dogs, and 10 dwarves, let them all be fell archers, and a leopard or so, and Stonefoot the giant. Bring all of these after us as quickly as we may. With a good will, sire, said Runewit, and at once he turned and galloped eastward down the valley. The king strode on at a great pace, sometimes muttering to himself and sometimes clenching his fists. Jewel walked beside him, saying nothing, so there was no sound between them but the faint jingle of the rich gold chain that hung around the unicorn's neck and the sound of 2 feet and 4 hoofs. They soon reached the river and turned up it where there was a grassy road. They had the water on their left and the forest on their right. Soon after that, they came to the place where the ground grew rougher and thick wood came down to the water's edge. The road, what was left of it, now ran on the southern bank, and they had to ford the river to reach it. It was up to Tyrion's armpits, but Jewel, who had 4 legs and was therefore sturdier, kept on his right so as to break the force of the current, and Tyrion put his strong arm round the unicorn's strong neck as they both got safely over. The king was still so angry that he hardly noticed the cold of the water, but of course he dried his sword very carefully on the shoulder of his cloak, which was the only dry part of him, as soon as they came to shore. They were now going westward with the river on their right and the lantern waste straight ahead of them. They had not gone more than a mile when they both stopped and both spoke at the same moment. The king said, "What have we here?" And Jules said, "Look." "It is a raft," said King Tyrion. And so it was. Half a dozen splendid tree trunks, all newly cut and newly lopped of their branches, had been lashed together to make a raft and were gliding swiftly down the river. On the front of the raft there was a water rat with a pole to steer it. "Hey, water rat, what are you about?" cried the king. "Taking logs down to sell to the Calormans, sire," said the rat, touching his ears as he might have touched his cap if he had one. "Calormans," thundered Tyrion. "What do you mean? Who gave order for these trees to be felled?" The river flows so swiftly that at that time of the year the raft had already glided past the king and Jewel, but the water rat looked back over his shoulder and shouted out, "The lion's orders, sire, Aslan himself." He added something more, but they couldn't hear it. The king and the unicorn stared at one another, and both looked more frightened than they had ever been in any battle. "Aslan," said the king at last, in a very low voice. "Aslan, could it be true? Could he be felling the holy trees and murdering dryads?" "Unless the dryads have all done something dreadfully wrong," muttered Jewel. "But selling them to Calormans," said the king. "Is it possible?" "I don't know," said Jewel miserably. "He's not a tame lion." "Well," said the king at last, "we must go on and take the adventure that comes to us." "It is the only thing left for us to do, sire," said the unicorn. He did not see at that moment how foolish it was for two of them to go on alone, nor did the king. They were too angry to think clearly, but much evil came of their rashness in the end. Suddenly the king leaned hard on his friend's neck and bowed his head. "Jewel," he said, "what lies before us? Horrible thoughts arise in my heart. If we had died before today, we should have been happy." "Yes," said Jewel, "we have lived too long. The worst thing in the world has come upon us." They stood like that for a minute or two and then went on. Before long they could hear the hack, hack, hack of axes felling on timber, though they could see nothing yet, because there was a rise of the ground in front of them. When they had reached the top of it, they could see right into Lantern Waste itself, and the king's face turned white when he saw it. Right through the middle of that ancient forest, that forest where the trees of gold and of silver had once grown, and where a child from our world had once planted the tree of protection, a broad lane had already been opened. It was a hideous lane, like a raw gash in the land, full of muddy ruts where felled trees had been dragged down to the river. There was a great crowd of people at work, and a cracking of whips and horses tugging and straining as they dragged at the logs. The first thing that struck the king and the unicorn was that about half the people in the crowd were not talking beasts, but men. The next thing was that these men were not fair-haired men of Narnia. They were dark, bearded men from Calormen, that great and cruel country that lies beyond Archenland across the desert to the south. There was no reason, of course, why one should not meet a Calorman or two in Narnia, a merchant or an ambassador, for there was peace between Narnia and Calormen in those days. But Tyrion could not understand why there were so many of them, nor why they were cutting down a Narnian forest. He grasped his sword tighter and rolled his cloak around his left arm. They came quickly down among the men. Two Calormans were driving a horse which was harnessed to a log. Just as the king reached them, the log had got stuck in a bad muddy place. "Get on, son of a sloth! Pull, your lazy pig!" cried the Calormans, cracking their whips. The horse was already straining himself as hard as he could. His eyes were red, and he was covered with foam. "Work, lazy brute!" shouted one of the Calormans, and as he spoke, he struck the horse savagely with his whip. It was then that the really dreadful thing happened. Up till now, Tyrion had taken it for granted that the horses which the Calormen were driving were their own horses, dumb, witless animals, like the horses of your own world. And though he hated to see even a dumb horse overdriven, he was of course thinking more about the murder of the trees. It had never crossed his mind that anyone would dare to harness one of the free talking horses of Narnia, much less to use a whip on it. But as that savage blow fell, the horse reared up and said, half screaming, "Fool and tyrant, do you not see I am doing all I can?" When Tyrion knew that the horse was one of his own Narnians, there came over him and over Jules such a rage that they did not know what they were doing. The king's sword went up, and the unicorn's horn went down. They rushed forwards together. The next moment both the Calormans lay dead, the one beheaded by Tyrion's sword, and the other gored through the heart by Jules' horn. Chapter 3. The Ape in its Glory. Master Horse, said Tyrion as he hastily cut its traces. How came these aliens to enslave you? Is Narnia conquered? Has there been a battle? No, sire, panted the horse. Aslan is here. It is all by his order. He has commanded. Where, Danger King? Said Jewel. Tyrion looked up and saw the Calormans, mixed with a few talking beasts, were beginning to run towards them from every direction. The 2 dead men had died without a cry, and so it had taken a moment before the rest of the crowd knew what had happened. But now they did. Most of them had naked scimitars in their hands. Quick, on my back, said Jewel. The king flung himself astride of his old friend, who turned and galloped away. He changed direction twice or thrice as soon as they were out of sight of their enemies, crossed a stream, and shouted without slackening his pace. Whither away, sire? To Cair Paravel? Hold hard, friend, said Tyrion. Let me off. He slid off the unicorn's back and faced him. Jewel, said the king. We have done a dreadful deed. We were sorely provoked, said Jewel. But to leap on them unawares, without defying them, while they were unarmed, faugh! We are 2 murderers, Jewel. I am dishonored forever. Jewel drooped his head. He too was ashamed. Rest then, said the king. The horse said it was Aslan's orders. The rat said the same. They all say Aslan is here. How if it were true? But sire, how could Aslan be commanding such dreadful things? He is not a tame lion, said Tyrion. How should we know what he would do? We who are murderers, Jewel. I will go back. I will give up my sword and put myself in the hands of these Kellermen and ask that they bring me before Aslan. Let him do justice on me. You will go to your deaths then, said Jewel. Do you think I care if Aslan dooms me to death, said the king. That would be nothing at all. Would it not be better to be dead than to have this horrible fear that Aslan has come and is not the Aslan that we have believed in and longed for? It is as if the sun rose one day and were a black sun. I know, said Jewel. Or as if you drank water and it were dry water. You are in the right, sire. This is the end of all things. Let us go and give ourselves up. There's no need for both of us to go. If ever we loved one another, let me go with you now, said the unicorn. If you are dead, and if Aslan is not Aslan, what life is left for me? They turned and walked back together, shedding bitter tears. As soon as they came to the place where the work was going on, the Calormans raised a cry and came towards them with their weapons in hand. But the king held out his sword with the hilt towards them and said, I, who was king of Narnia, am now a dishonored knight. Give myself up to the justice of Aslan. Bring me before him. And I give myself up too, said Jewel. Then the dark men came round them in a thick crowd, smelling of garlic and onions, their white eyes flashing dreadfully. They put a rope halter around Jewel's neck. They took the king's sword away and tied his hands behind his back. One of the Kellermans, who had a helmet instead of seemed to be in command, snatched the gold circlet off Tyrion's head and hastily put it away somewhere among his clothes. They led the 2 prisoners uphill to a place where there was a big clearing, and this was what the prisoners saw. At the center of the clearing, which was also the highest point of the hill, there was a little hut like a stable, with a thatched roof. Its door was shut. On the grass in front of the door, there sat an ape. Tyrion and Jewel, who had been expecting to see Aslan, and had heard nothing about an ape yet, were very bewildered when they saw it. The ape was, of course, Shift himself, but he looked 10 times uglier than when he lived by Cauldron Pool, for he was now dressed up. He was wearing a scarlet jacket, which did not fit him very well, having been made for a dwarf. He had jeweled slippers on his hind paws, which would not stay on properly, because, as you know, the hind paws of an ape are really like hands. He wore what seemed to be a paper crown on his head. There was a great pile of nuts beside him, and he kept cracking nuts with his jaws and spitting out the shells, and he also kept on pulling up the scarlet jacket to scratch himself. A great number of talking beasts stood facing him, and nearly every face in that crowd looked miserably worried and bewildered. When they saw who the prisoners were, they all groaned and whimpered. O Lord Shift, mouthpiece of Aslan, said the chief Kellerman, we bring you prisoners. By our skill and courage, and by permission of the great Lord Tash, we have taken alive these 2 desperate murderers. Give me that man's sword, said the ape. So they took the king's sword, and he handed it, with the sword hilt with the sword belt and all, to the monkey, and he hung it round his own neck, and it made him look sillier than ever. "We'll see about these two later," said the ape, spitting out a shell in the direction of the two prisoners. "I got some other business first. They can wait. Now listen to me, everyone. First thing I want to say is about nuts. Where's that head squirrel got to?" "Here, squirrel. Here, sir," said a red squirrel, coming forwards and making a nervous little bow. "Oh, you are you?" said the ape with a nasty look. "Now attend to me. Aslan wants some more nuts. These you've brought aren't anything like enough. You must bring some more, do you hear? Twice as many, and they've got to be here by sunset tomorrow, and there mustn't be any bad ones or any small ones among them." A murmur of dismay ran through the other squirrels, and the head squirrel plucked up his courage to say, "Please, would Aslan himself speak to us about it, if we might be allowed to see him?" "Well, you won't," said the ape. "He may be very kind, though it's a lot more than most of you deserve, and come out for a few minutes tonight. Then you can all have a look at him, but he will not have you all crowding round him and pestering him with questions. Anything you want to say to him will be passed on through me, if I think it's worth bothering him about. In the meantime, all you squirrels had better go and see about the nuts, and make sure they are here by tomorrow evening, or my word, you'll catch it." The poor squirrels all scampered away as if a dog were after them. The new order was terrible news for them. The nuts they had carefully hoarded for the winter had nearly all been eaten by now, and of the few that were left, they had already given the ape far more than they could spare. Then a deep voice, it belonged to a great tusked and shaggy boar, spoke from another part of the crowd. "Why can't we see Aslan properly and talk to him?" it said. "When he used to appear in Narnia in the old days, everyone could talk to him face to face." "Don't you believe it," said the ape. "And even if it was true, times have changed. Aslan says he's far too soft with you before. Do you see? Well, he isn't going to be soft anymore. He's going to lick you into shape this time. He'll teach you to think he's a tame lion." A low moaning and whimpering was heard among the beasts, and after that a dead silence which is more miserable still. "And now there's another thing you've got to learn," said the ape. "I hear some of you are saying I'm an ape. Well, I'm not. I'm a man. If I look like an ape, that's because I'm so very old, hundreds and hundreds of years old. And it's because I'm so old and I'm so wise. And it's because I'm so wise and I'm the only one Aslan's ever going to speak to. He can't be bothered talking to a lot of stupid animals. He'll tell me what you've got to do, and I'll tell the rest of you. And he'll take my advice and see you do it in double quick time, for he doesn't mean to stand any nonsense." There was a dead silence, except for the noise of a very young badger crying and its mother talking to it to make it keep quiet. "And now here's another thing," said the ape went on, fitting a fresh nut into its cheek. "I hear some of the horses are saying, 'Let's hurry up and get this job of carting timber over as quickly as we can, and then we'll be free again.' Well, you can get that idea out of your heads at once. And not only the horses either. Everybody who can work is going to be made to work in future. Aslan has it settled with the king of Calormen. The Tisroc is our friends the Calormen call him. All you horses and bulls and donkeys are to be sent down into Calormen and work for a living, pulling and carrying the way horses and such like to do in other countries. And all you digging animals, like moles and rabbits and dwarves, are going down to work in Tisroc mines, and—" No, howled the beasts. "It can't be true. Aslan would never sell us into slavery to the king of the Calormen." "None of that. Hold your noise," said the ape with a snarl. "Who said anything about slavery? You won't be slaves. You'll be paid. Very good wages, too. That is to say, your pay will be paid into Aslan's treasury, and he will use it for everybody's good." Then he glanced and almost winked at the chief of the Calormen. The Calormen bowed and replied in the pompous Calormen way. "Most sapient mouthpiece of Aslan, the Tisroc, may he live forever, is wholly of one mind with your lordship in this judicious plan." "There you see," said the ape. "It's all arranged, and all for your own good. We'll be able, with the money you earn, to make Narnia a country worth living in. There'll be oranges and bananas pouring in, and roads and big cities and schools and offices, and whips and muzzles and saddles and cages and kennels and prisons. Oh, everything." "But we don't want all those things," said an old bear. "We want to be free, and we want to hear Aslan speak himself." "Now don't you start arguing," said the ape, "for it's a thing I won't stand. I'm a man. You're only a fat, stupid old bear. What do you know about freedom? You think freedom means doing what you like? Well, you're wrong. That isn't true freedom. True freedom means doing what I tell you." Grunted the bear and scratched its head. It found this sort of thing hard to understand. Please, please, said the high voice of a woolly lamb, who was so young that everyone was surprised he dared to speak at all. What is it now? Said the ape. Be quick. Please, said the lamb. I can't understand. What do we have to do with what have we to do with the Callermans? We belong to Aslan. They belong to Tash. They have a god called Tash. They say he has 4 arms and the head of a vulture. They killed men on his altar. I don't believe there's any such person as Tash. But if there was, how could Aslan be friends with him? All the animals cocked their heads sideways, and all their bright eyes flashed towards the ape. They knew it was the best question anyone asked yet. The ape jumped up and spat at the lamb. Baby, he hissed. Silly little bleater. Go home to your mother and drink milk. What do you understand of such things? But you others, listen, Tash is only another name for Aslan. All that old idea of us being right and the Callermans wrong is silly. We know better now. The Callermans use different words, but we all mean the same thing. Tash and Aslan are only 2 different names for you-know-who. That's why there can never be any quarrel between them. Get that into your heads, you stupid brutes. Tash is Aslan. Aslan is Tash. You know how sad your own dog's face can look sometimes? Think of that, and then think of all the faces of those talking beasts. All those honest, humble, bewildered birds, bears, badgers, rabbits, moles, and mice. All far sadder than that. Every tail was down, every whisker drooped. It would have broken your heart with very pity to see their faces. There was only one who did not look at all unhappy. It was a ginger cat, a great big Tom in the prime of his life, who sat bolt upright with his tail curled round his toes in the very front row of all the beasts. He had been staring hard at the ape and the Callerman's captain all the time, and had never once blinked his eyes. Excuse me, said the cat very politely, but this interests me. Does your friend of Callerman's say the same? Assuredly, said the Callerman. The enlightened ape, man, I mean, is in his right. Aslan means neither less nor more than Tash. Especially Aslan means no more than Tash, suggested the cat. No more at all, said the Callerman, looking at the cat straight in the face. Is that good enough for you, Ginger? Said the ape. Oh, certainly, said the Ginger coolly. Thank you very much. I only wanted to be quite clear. I think I am beginning to understand. Up till now, the king and Jewel had said nothing. They were waiting until the ape should bid them speak, for they had thought it was no use interrupting. But now, as Tyrion looked round on the miserable faces of the Narnians, he saw how they would all believe that Aslan and Tash were one and the same, and he could bear it no longer. Ape, he cried with a great voice, you lie damnably. You lie like a Callerman, you lie like an ape. He meant to go on and ask how the terrible god Tash, who fed on the blood of his people, could possibly be the same as the good lion by whose blood all Narnians was saved. If he had been allowed to speak, the rule of the ape might have ended that day. The beasts might have seen the truth and thrown the ape down. But before he could say another word, 2 Callermans struck him in the mouth with all their force, and a third from behind kicked his feet from under him. And as he fell, the ape squealed in rage and terror. Take him away, take him away. Take him where he cannot hear us, nor we hear him. There, tie him to a tree. Aslan will do justice for him later. Chapter 4. What happened that night? The king was so dizzy from being knocked down that he hardly knew what was happening until Callerman untied his wrists and put his arms straight down by his sides and set him with his back against an ash tree. Then they bound ropes round his ankles and his knees and his waist and his chest and left him there. What worried him worst at that moment, for as often little things that are the hardest to stand, was that his lip was bleeding where he had been hit, and he couldn't wipe the thick trickle of blood away, although it tickled him. From where he was, he could see the little stable on the top of the hill and the ape sitting in front of it. He could just hear the ape's voice still going on and on. Excuse me. Every now and then, some answer from the crowd, but he could not make out the words. I wonder what they've done to Jules, thought the king. Presently, the crowd of beasts broke up and began going away in different directions. Some passed close to Tyrion. They looked at him as if they were both frightened and sorry to see him tied up, but none of them spoke. Soon they all had gone, and there was silence in the wood. Then hours and hours went past, and Tyrion became first very thirsty and then very hungry, and as afternoon dragged on and turned into evening, he became cold too. His back was very sore. The sun went down, and it began to be twilight. When it was almost dark, Tyrion heard a light pitter-patter of feet and saw some small creatures coming towards him. The three on the left were mice, and there was a rabbit in the middle. On the right were two moles. Both these were carrying little bags on their back, which gave them a curious look in the dark, so that at first he wondered what kind of beasts they were. Then in a moment they were all standing up on their hind legs, laying their cool paws on his knees and giving his knees snuffly animal kisses. They could reach his knees because Narnian talking beasts of that sort are bigger than the dumb beasts of the same kind in England. "Lord King, dear Lord King," said their shrill voices, "we are so sorry for you. We daren't untie you because Aslan might be angry with us, but we've brought you your supper." At once the first mouse climbed nimbly up till he was perched on the rope that bound Tyrion's chest and was wrinkling his blunt nose just in front of Tyrion's face. Then the second mouse climbed up and hung on just below the first mouse. The other beasts stood on the ground and began handing things up. "Drink, sire, then you'll find you are able to eat," said the topmost mouse, and Tyrion found that a little wooden cup was being held to his lips. It was only the size of an egg cup, so that he had hardly tasted the wine in it before it was empty. But then the mouse passed it down, and the others refilled it, and it was passed up again, and Tyrion emptied it a second time. In this way they went on till he had quite a good drink, which was all the better for coming in little doses, for that is more thirst-quenching than one long draught. "There was cheese, sire," said the first mouse, "but not very much, for fear it would make you too thirsty." And after the cheese they fed him with oat cakes and fresh butter, and then with some more wine. "Now hand up the water," said the first mouse, "and I'll wash the king's face. There's blood on it." Then Tyrion felt something like a tiny sponge dabbing his face, and it was more refreshing. "Little friend," said Tyrion, "how can I thank you for all this?" You needn't," said the little voices. "What else could we do? We don't want any other king. We're your people. If it were only the ape and the Calormans who were against you, we would have fought till we were cut into pieces before we would let them tie you up. We would indeed. But we can't go against Aslan." "Do you think it is really Aslan?" asked the king. "Oh, yes, said the rabbit. "He came out of the stable last night. We all saw him." "What was he like?" said the king. "Like a terrible great lion, to be sure," said one of the mice. "And you think it is really Aslan who is killing the wood nymphs and making you all slaves to the Calormen?" "That's bad, isn't it?" said the second mouse. "It would have been better if we died before all this began, but there's no doubt about it. Everyone says it's Aslan's orders, and we've seen him. We didn't think Aslan would be like that. Why, we wanted him to come back to Narnia." He seems to have come back very angry this time," said the first mouse. "We must all have done something dreadfully wrong without knowing it. He must be punishing us for something. But I do think we might be told what it was." "I suppose what we're doing now might be wrong," said the rabbit. "I don't care if it is," said one of the moles. "I'll do it again." But the others said, "Oh, hush, and do be careful." And then they all said, "We're sorry, dear king, but we must go back now. It would never do for us to be caught here." "Leave me at once, dear beast," said Tyrion. "I would not for all Narnia bring any of you into danger." Good night," said the beasts, rubbing their noses against his knees. "We will come back if we can." Then they all pattered away, and the wood seemed darker and colder and lonelier than it had been before they came. "Hey, hero, we've got a banhammer requirement." I thank you. I will keep a look on the clock and try to stop around that time. The stars came out, and time went slowly on. Imagine how slowly. While the last king of Narnia stood stiff and sore and upright against the tree in his bonds. But at last, something happened. Far away there appeared a red light. Then it disappeared for a moment and came back again, bigger and stronger. Then he could see dark shapes going to and fro on this side of the light and carrying bundles and throwing them down. He knew now what he was looking at. It was a bonfire, newly lit, and people were throwing bundles of brushwood onto it. Presently it blazed up, and Tyrion could see that it was on the very top of the hill. He could see quite clearly the stable behind it, all lit up in red glow, and a great crowd of beasts and men between the fire and himself. A small figure hunched up beside the fire must have been the ape. It was saying something to the crowd, but he could not hear what. Then it went and bowed 3 times to the ground in front of the door of the stable. Then it got up and opened the door, and something on 4 legs, something that walked rather stiffly, came out of the stable and stood facing the crowd. A great wailing or howling went up, so loud that Tyrion could hear some of the words. "Aslan, Aslan, Aslan," cried the beasts. "Speak to us, comfort us, be angry with us no more." From where Tyrion was, he could not make out very clearly what the thing was, but he could see that it was yellow and hairy. He had never seen the great lion. He had never seen a common lion. He couldn't be sure that what he saw was not the real Aslan. He had not expected Aslan to look like that stiff thing which stood and said nothing. But how could one be sure? For a moment, horrible thoughts went through his mind. Then he remembered the nonsense about Tash and Aslan being the same, and knew that the whole thing must be a cheat. The ape put his head close up to the yellow thing's head, as if he were listening to something, and it was whispering to him. Then he turned and spoke to the crowd, and the crowd wailed again. Then the yellow thing turned clumsily round and walked, you might almost say waddled, back into the stable, and the ape shut the door behind it. After that, the fire must have been put out, for the light vanished quite suddenly, and Tyrion was once more alone with the cold and the darkness. He thought of other kings who had lived and died in Narnia in old times, and it seemed to him that none of them had ever been so unlucky as himself. He thought of his great-grandfather's great-grandfather, King Rilian, who had been stolen away by a witch when he was only a young prince, and kept hidden for years in the dark caves beneath the land of the northern giants. But then it had all come right in the end, for 2 mysterious children had suddenly appeared from the land beyond the world's end, and had rescued him, so that he came home to Narnia, and had a long and prosperous reign. "It's not like that with me," said Tyrion to himself. Then he went further back, and thought about Rilian's father, Caspian the seafarer, whose wicked uncle, King Muraz, had tried to murder him, and how Caspian had fled away into the woods and lived among the dwarves. That story, too, had all come right in the end, for Caspian also had been helped by children, only there were 4 of them that time, who came from somewhere beyond the world and fought a great battle and set him on his father's throne. "But it was all so long ago," said Tyrion to himself. "That sort of thing doesn't happen now." And when he remembered, for he always had been good at history when he was a boy, how those same 4 children who had helped Caspian had been in Narnia over 1,000 years before, and it was then that they had done the most remarkable things of all. For then they had defeated the terrible White Witch and ended the 100 years of winter, and after that they had reigned, all 4 of them together, at Cair Paravel, till they were no longer children, but great kings and lovely queens, and their reign had been the golden age of Narnia. And Aslan, who had come into that story a lot. Aslan had come into that story a lot. He'd come into all the other stories too, as Tyrion now remembered. Aslan and children from another world, thought Tyrion. They've always come in when things were at their worst. Oh, if only they could now. And he called out, "Aslan, Aslan, Aslan, come and help us now." But the darkness and the cold and the quiet went on just the same. "Let me be killed," cried the king. "I ask nothing for myself, but come and save all Narnia." And still, there was no change in the night or the wood, but there began to be a great change inside Tyrion. Without knowing why, he began to feel a faint hope, and he felt somehow stronger. "Oh, Aslan, Aslan," he whispered, "if you have not come yourself, at least send me the helpers from beyond the world, or let me call them, let my voice carry beyond this world." Then, hardly knowing what he was doing, he suddenly cried out in a great voice, "Children, children, friends of Narnia, quick, come to me, across the worlds I call you. I, Tyrion, king of Narnia, lord of Cair Paravel, and emperor of the Lone Islands." And immediately he was just plunged into a dream, if it was a dream, more vivid than any he had ever had in his life. He seemed to be standing in a lighted room where 7 people sat round a table. It looked as if they had just finished their meal. 2 of those people were very old, an old man with a white beard, and an old woman with wise, merry, twinkling eyes. He who sat at the right hand of the old man was hardly fully grown, certainly younger than Tyrion himself, but his face had already the look of a king and a warrior. And you could almost say the same of the other youth, who sat to the right hand of the old woman. Facing Tyrion across the table sat a fair-haired girl, younger than either of these, and on either side of her a boy and a girl who were younger still. They were all dressed in what seemed to Tyrion the oddest kind of clothes. But he had no time to think about details like this, for instantly the youngest boy and both the girls started to their feet, and one of them gave a little scream. The old woman started and drew her breath sharply. The old man must have made some sudden movement too, for the wine glass which stood at the right hand was swept off the table. Tyrion could hear the tinkling noise as it broke on the floor. Then Tyrion realized that these people could see him. They were staring at him as if they saw ghosts, but he noticed that the king-like one who sat at the old man's right never moved, though he turned pale, except that he clenched his hand very tight. Then he said, "Speak. If you're not a phantom or a dream, you have a Narnian look about you, and we are the 7 friends of Narnia." Tyrion was longing to speak, and he tried to cry out aloud, but he was Tyrion of Narnia, in great need of help. But he found, as I have sometimes found in dreams too, that his voice made no noise at all. Hero, where's the ad break at this point? I don't want to keep going.
33 seconds, it'll start.
Okay. The one who had already spoken to him rose to his feet. "Shadow or spirit or whatever you are," he said, fixing his eyes full upon Tyrion. "If you are from Narnia, I charge you in the name of Aslan, speak to me. I am Peter, the High King." The room began to swim before Tyrion's eyes. He heard the voices of those 7 people all speaking at once, and all getting fainter every second. And then they were saying things like, "Look, it's fading. It's melting away. It's vanished." Next moment he was wide awake, still tied to the tree, colder and stiffer than ever. The wood was... Darn it, I was almost there.
Yes, the ad's starting soon. Now I have no time for it.
Okie dokie. I was like 2 sentences from the end of the chapter. Well, that monkey's a jerk.
Or dryad.
Oh yeah, no. And all the others that just died. Gone forever. Not asleep, dead.
What kind of punishment would be good for the monkey?
Not getting to go to Aslan's land?
I mean, there's that.
'Cause that's eternity. Oh. I feel sorry for the ass.
The donkey?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he's, what's the word? Kind of also guilty.
Yeah, but that comes on to the point here, the lesson of the story. Ignorance does not mean you're innocent.
No. I feel bad, but also like,
An accessory of the crime.
yeah. He already had a feeling that things were wrong. And they got a warning. Freaking thunder and earthquake.
Oh, it's the sign says yes. Oh, don't be so stupid.
Yeah. Don't be an ass. How can I be anything but what I am?
Oh, they're beating the animals. Ah, well, if they're animals, they're not one of our citizens, and please stop. God damn, they must die! Yeah. Oh, the Talman. Hey,
What?
the, tell me.
Callerman?
Yeah.
As we learned in The Horse and His Boy, it's not the people that's the problem, it's the individual rulership that was going on.
Yeah.
Because the girl was completely fine, and there was a couple other people that they ran across in the stories that were not an issue. It was just that, like, the rulership and those in charge and whatnot were just honestly evil, and it allowed those who undercut and backstabbed others to succeed.
Yep.
So it kind of fostered an environment where those in charge were not exactly the nicest. And that could be said about any environment.
All the environment.
How many people we've got?
Numbers.
Oh wait, I can see those numbers. There's 4. 4. Sheen.
There's 3 scoops of food, frozen and eaten. And 6 oranges. The ones and yourself and
I'm here. Well, yeah, because I log into my own Twitch when this is happening so I can keep an eye on chat in case, you know. Yeah.
back live.
Oh, okay. We'll finish that sentence at the end. Next moment, he was wide awake, still tied to the tree, colder and stiffer than ever. The wood was full of the pale, dreary light that comes before sunrise, and he was soaking wet with dew. It was nearly morning. That waking was about the worst moment he had ever had in his life. Chapter 5. How help came to the king. But his misery did not last long. Almost at once there came a bump, and then a second bump, and the 2 children were standing before him. The wood in front of him had been quite empty a second before, and he knew that they had not come from behind the tree, for he would have heard them. They had, in fact, simply appeared from nowhere. He saw at a glance that they were wearing the same queer, dingy sort of clothes as the people in his dream, and he saw at a second glance that they were the youngest boy and girl out of that party of 7. "Gosh," said the boy, that took one's breath away. I thought..." "Hurry up and get him untied," said the girl. "We can talk afterwards." Then she added, turning to Tyrion, "I'm sorry we've been so long. We came the moment we could." While she was speaking, the boy had produced a knife from his pocket and was quickly cutting the king's bonds. Too quickly, in fact, for the king was so stiff and numb that when the last cord was cut, he fell forwards on his hands and knees. He couldn't get up again till he had brought some life back into his legs by a good rubbing. "I say," said the girl, "it was you, wasn't it, who appeared to us that night when we were all at supper, nearly a week ago?" "A week, fair maid," said Tyrion. "My dream led me into your world scarce 10 minutes since." "It's the usual muddle about times, Pole," said the boy. "I remember now," said Tyrion. "That too comes in all the old tales. The time of your strange land is different from ours. But if we speak of time, 'tis time to be gone from here, for my enemies are close at hand." "Will you come with me?" "Of course," said the girl. "It's you we've come to help." Tyrion got to his feet and led them rapidly down the hill, southward and away from the stable. He knew well where he might go, but his first aim was to get to rocky places where they would leave no trail, and his second to cross some water so that they would leave no scent. This took them about an hour's scrambling and waiting, and while that was going on, nobody had a breath to talk. But even so, Tyrion kept on stealing glances at his companions. The wonder of walking beside the creatures from another world made him feel a little dizzy, but it also made all the old stories seem far more real than they had ever seen before. Anything might happen now. "Now," said Tyrion as they came to the head of a little valley which ran down before them among young birch trees. "We are out of great danger. Of those villains for a space, we may walk more easily." The sun had risen, dewdrops were twinkling on every branch, and birds were singing. "What about some grub? I mean, for you, sire. We too have had our breakfast," said the boy. Tyrion wondered very much what he meant by grub, but when the boy opened a bulgy satchel which he was carrying and pulled out a rather greasy and squashy packet, he understood. He was ravenously hungry, though he hadn't thought about it till that moment. There were 2 hard-boiled egg sandwiches and 2 cheese sandwiches and 2 with some kind of paste in them. If he hadn't been so hungry, he wouldn't have thought much of the paste, but that is a sort of food nobody eats in Narnia. By the time he'd eaten all 6 sandwiches, they had come to the bottom of the valley, and there they found a mossy cliff with a little fountain bubbling out of it. All 3 stopped and drank and splashed their hot faces. "And now," said the girl, as she tossed her wet hair back from her forehead, Aren't you going to tell us who you are, and why you were tied up, and what it's all about?" "With a good will, damsel," said Tyrion, "but we must keep on the march." So while they went on walking, he told them who he was and all the things that had happened to him. "And now," he said at the end, "I am going to a certain tower, one of 3 that was built in my grandsire's time to guard Lantern Waste against certain perilous outlaws who dwelled there in his day. By Aslan's goodwill, I was not robbed of my keys. In that tower we shall find stores of weapons and mail, and some victuals also, though no better than dry biscuit. There also we can lie safe while we make our plans. And now, prithee, tell me who you 2 are, and your story." "I'm Eustace Scrubb, and this is Joe Pole," said the boy. "And we were here once before, ages and ages ago, more than a year ago by our time. And there was a chap called Prince Rillian, and they were keeping this chap underground, and Puddleglum put his foot in." "Ha!" cried Tyrion. "Are you then that Eustace and that Jill who rescued King Rillian from his long enchantment?" Yes, that's us," said Jill. "So he's King Rillian now, is he? Oh, of course he would be. I forgot." "Nay," said Tyrion. "I am the 7th in descent from him. He has been dead over 200 years. Jill made a face. "Oh," she said. "That's the horrid part about coming back to Narnia." But Eustace went on. "Well, now you know who we are, sire," he said. "And it was like this. The professor and Aunt Polly had got all us friends of Narnia together. I know not these names, Eustace," said Tyrion. "They're the 2 who came into Narnia at the very beginning, the day all the animals learned to talk." "By the lion's mane," said Tyrion. "Those 2? The Lord Diggory and the Lady Polly, from the dawn of the world? And still alive in your place? The wonder and the glory of it. But tell me. "She isn't really our aunt, you know," said Eustace. "She's Miss Plummer, but we call her Aunt Polly. Well, those 2 got us all together, partly just for fun, so they could all have a good jaw about Narnia, for of course there's no one else we can talk to about things like that, but partly because the professor had a feeling that we were somehow wanted over here. Well, then you came in like a ghost, or goodness knows what, and nearly frightened the lives out of us and vanished without saying a word. After that, we knew for certain there was something up. The next question was how to get here. You can't go just by wanting to. So we talked, and at last the professor said the only way would be by the magic rings. It was by those rings that he and Aunt Polly got here long ago, when they were only kids, years before we younger ones were born. But the rings had all been buried in the garden of a house in London. That's our big town, sire. And that house had been sold. So then the problem was how to get at them. You'd never guess what we did in the end. Peter and Edmund, that's High King Peter, the one who spoke to you, went up to London to get into the garden from the back early in the morning, before people were up. They were dressed like workmen, so that if anyone would see them, they wouldn't ask. It would look as if they'd come to do something about the drains. I wish I'd been with them. It must have been glorious fun. And they must have succeeded, for the next day, Peter sent us a wire. That's a sort of message, sire. I'll explain it about some other time. To say he'd got the rings. And the day after that, the day Jill and I had to go back to school. We're the only 2 who are still in school, and we're at the same one. So Peter and Edmund were to meet us at a place on the way down to school and hand over the rings. It had to be us 2 who were to go to Narnia, you see, because the older ones couldn't come again. So we got into the train, and that's the kind of thing people travel in our world, a lot of wagons chained together. And the professor and Aunt Polly and Lucy came with us. We wanted to keep together as long as we could. Well, there we were in the train, and we were just getting to the station where the others were to meet us, and I was looking out the window to see if I could see them, when suddenly there came a most frightful jerk and a noise, and then we were in Narnia. And there was your majesty tied up to the tree. So you never used the rings, said Tyrion. No, said Eustace, never even saw them. Aslan did it for us in the end. Aslan did it all for us in his own way, without any rings. But the High King Peter has them, said Tyrion. Yes, said Jill, but we don't think he can use them. When the 2 other Pevensies, King Edmund and Queen Lucy, were last here, Aslan said they would never come to Narnia again. And he said something of the same sort to the High King only longer ago. You may be sure he'll come like a shot if he's allowed. Gosh, said Eustace, it's getting hot in the sun. Are we nearly there, sire? Look, said Tyrion, and pointed. Not many yards away, great battlements rose above the treetops. Not many yards away, gray battlements rose above the treetops, and after a minute's more walking, they came out in an open grassy space. A stream ran across it, and on the far side of the stream stood a squat square tower with very few and narrow windows, and one heavy-looking door on the wall that faced them. Tyrion looked sharply this way and that to make sure no enemies were in sight. Then he walked up to the tower and stood still for a moment, fishing up a bunch of keys which he wore inside his hunting dress on a narrow silver chain that went round his neck. It was a nice bunch of keys that he brought out, for 2 were golden and many were richly ornamented. You could see at once that they were keys made for opening solemn and secret rooms in palaces, or chests and caskets in sweet-smelling wood that contained royal treasures. But the key which he now put into the lock of the door was big and plain and more rudely made. The lock was stiff, and for a moment Tyrion began to be afraid that he would not be able to turn it. But at last he did, and the door swung open with a sullen creak. "Welcome, friends," said Tyrion. "I fear this is the best palace that the King of Narnia can now offer to his guests." Tyrion was pleased to see that the 2 strangers had been well brought up. They both said not to mention it, and that they were sure it would be very nice. As a matter of fact, it was not particularly nice. It was rather dark and smelled very damp. There was only one room in it, and this room went right up to the stone roof. A wooden staircase in one corner led up to a trap door by which you could get out onto the battlements. There were a few rude bunks to sleep in, and a great many lockers and bundles. There was also a hearth which looked as if nobody had lit a fire in it for a great many years. "We'd better go out and gather some firewood first thing, hadn't we?" said Jill. "Not yet, comrade," said Tyrion. He was determined that they should not be caught unarmed, and began searching the lockers. Thankfully, remembering that he had always been careful to have these garrison towers inspected once a year, and to make sure that they were stocked with all things needed, the bowstrings were there in their coverings of oiled silk, the swords and spears were greased against rust, and the armor was kept bright in its wrappings. But there was something even better. "Look you," said Tyrion as he drew out a long mail shirt of curious pattern and flashed it before the children's eyes. "That's a funny-looking mail, sire," said Eustace. "Aye, lad," said Tyrion. "No Narnian dwarf smith that. 'Tis mail of Calormen outlandish gear. I have ever kept a few suits in it in readiness, for I never knew when I or my friends might have reason to walk unseen in the Tisrock's land. And look on this side of the stone bottle. In this there is a juice which, when you've rubbed it on our hands and faces, will make us look as Calormen." "Oh, hurry," said Jill. "Disguise! I love disguises! Oh, hooray!" Tyrion showed them how to pour out a little of the juice into their palms of their hands and rub it well over their faces and necks, right down to the shoulders, and then on their hands right up to their elbows. He did the same himself. "After this is hardened on us," he said, "we may wash in water and it will not change. Nothing but oil and ashes will make us look as Narnians again. And now, sweet Jill, let us go see how this mail shirt becomes you. 'Tis something too long, yet not so much as I feared. Doubtless it belonged to a page in the train of one of their Tarkans." After the mail shirts, they put on Calormen helmets, which are little round ones fitted tight to the head and having a spike on top. Then Tyrion took long rolls of some white stuff out of the locker and wound them round their helmets till they became turbans, but the little steel spikes still stuck up in the middle. He and Eustace took curved Calormen swords and little round shields. There were no swords light enough for Jill, but he gave her a long straight hunting knife, which might do for a sword in a pinch. "Hast any skill with a bow, madam?" said Tyrion. "Nothing worth talking of," said Jill, blushing. "Scrub's not bad." "Don't you believe her, sire," said Eustace. "We've both been practicing archery ever since we got back from Narnia last time, and she's about as good as me now. Not that any of us is much." Then Tyrion gave Jill a bow and a quiver full of arrows. The next business was to light a fire, for inside that tower it still felt more like a cave than anything indoors, and set one shivering. But they got warm gathering wood. The sun was now at its highest, and once the blazes roaring up the chimney, the place began to look cheerful. Dinner was, however, a dull meal, for the best they could do was to pound up some of the hard biscuits which they found in a locker and pour it into some boiling water with salt, so as to make a kind of porridge. And of course there was nothing to drink but water. "I wish we'd brought a pack of tea," said Jill. "Or a tin of cocoa," said Eustace. "A firkin," or so of good wine in each of these towers would not have been amiss, said Tyrion. Chapter 6. A good night's work. Abort. About 4 hours later, Tyrion flung himself into one of the bunks to snatch a little sleep. The 2 children were already snoring. He had made them go to bed before he did, because they would have to be up most of the night, and he knew about that at their age they couldn't do without sleep. Also, he had tired them out. First, he had given Jill some practice in archery, and found that, though not up to Narnian's standards, she was really not too bad. Indeed, she had succeeded in shooting a rabbit. Not a talking rabbit, of course. There are lots of the ordinary kind about in western Narnia. And it was already skinned, cleaned, and hanging up. He had found that both of the children knew all about this chilly and smelly job. They had learned that kind of thing on their great journey through Giant Land in the days of Prince Rilian. Then he had tried to teach Eustace how to use his sword and shield. Eustace had learned quite a lot about sword fighting on his early adventures, but that had been all with a straight Narnian sword. He had never handled a curved Calorman's scimitar, and that made it hard, for many of the strokes are quite different, and some of the habits he had learned with the longsword had to be unlearned again. But Tyrion found that he had a good eye and very quick on his feet. He was surprised at the strength of both the children. In fact, they both seemed to be already much stronger and bigger and more grown-up than they had been when he first met them a few hours before. It is one of the effects which Narnia air often has on visitors from our world. All 3 of them agreed that the very first thing they must do was to go back to Stable Hill and try to rescue Jewel the unicorn. After that, if they succeeded, they would try to get away eastward and meet the little army which Runewit the centaur will be bringing from Cair Paravel. An experienced warrior and huntsman like Tyrion can always wake up at any time he wants, so he gave himself till 9 o'clock that night and then put all worries out of his head and fell asleep at once. It seemed only a moment later when he woke, but he knew by the light and the very feel of things, they had time to sleep exactly. He got up, put on his helmet and turban. He had slept in his mail shirt, and then shook the other 2 till they woke up. They looked, to tell the truth, very grey and dismal as they climbed out of their bunks, and there was a good deal of yawning. Now, said Tyrion, we go due north from here. By good fortune, 'tis a starry night, and it will be much shorter than our journey this morning. One moment. Sorry about that. We had noises outside. Distracting. Sorry. We go due north from here. By good fortune, 'tis a starry night, and it will be much shorter than our journey this morning. For then we went roundabout, but now we shall go straight. If we are challenged, then do you 2 hold your peace, and I will do my best to talk like a cursed, cruel, proud lord of Calorman. If I draw my sword, then thou, Eustace, must do likewise, and let Jill leap behind us and stand with an arrow on the string. But if I cry home, then fly for the tower, both of you, and let none try to fight on, not even one stroke, after I have given the retreat. Such false valor has spoiled many notable plans in the wars. And now, friends, in the name of Aslan, let us go forward. Out they went into the cold night. All the great northern stars were burning above the treetops. The north star of that world is called the Spearhead. It is brighter than our pole star. For a time they could go straight towards the spearhead, but presently they came to a dense thicket, so that they had to go out of their course to get round it. And after that, for they were still overshadowed by branches, it was hard to pick up the bearings. It was Jill who set them right again. She had been an excellent guide in England, and of course she knew her Narnian stars perfectly, having travelled so much in the wild northern lands, and could work out the direction from other stars, even when the spearhead was hidden. As soon as Tyrion saw that she was the best pathfinder of the three of them, he put her in front, and then he was astonished to find how silently and almost invisibly she glided on before them. "By the Main," he whispered to Eustace, "this girl is a wondrous wood maid. If she had Dryad's blood in her, she could scarce do it better." "She's so small, that's what helps," whispered Eustace, but Jill from the front said, "Shh, less noise." All around them, the wood was very quiet. Indeed, it was far too quiet. On an ordinary Narnian night, there ought to have been noises. An occasional cheery "good night" from a hedgehog, the cry of an owl overhead, perhaps a flute in the distance to tell of fauns dancing, or some throbbing, hammering noise from dwarves underground. All that was silenced. Gloom and fear reigned over Narnia. After a time, they began to go steeply uphill, and the trees grew farther apart. Tyrion could dimly make out the well-known hilltop and the stable. Jill was now going with more and more caution. She kept on making signs to the others with her hand to do the same. Then she stopped dead still, and Tyrion saw her gradually sink down into the grass and disappear without a sound. A moment later she rose again, put her mouth close to Tyrion's ear, and said in the lowest possible whisper, "Get down. Thee better." She said "thee" for "see," because she said "thee" for "see," not because she had a lisp, but because she knew that hissing the letter S in the part of the whisper most likely to be overheard. Tyrion at once lay down, almost as silently as Jill, but not quite, for he was heavier and older. And at once they were down. He saw how far from the position you could see the edge of... And once they were down, he saw how from that position you could see the edge of the hill sharp against the star-strewn sky. Two black shapes rose against it. One was the stable, and the other, a few feet in front of it, was a Calorman's sentry. He was keeping very ill watch, not walking or even standing, but sitting with his spear over his shoulder and his chin on his chest. "Well done," said Tyrion to Jill. He had shown him exactly what he needed to know. They got up, and Tyrion now took the lead. Very slowly, hardly daring to breathe, they made their way up to a little clump of trees, which was not more than 40 feet away from the sentinel. "Wait here till I come again," he whispered to the other two. "If I miscarry, fly." Then he sauntered out boldly in full view of the enemy. The man started when he saw him and was just going to jump to his feet. He was afraid Tyrion might be one of his own officers, and that he would get into trouble for sitting down. But before he could get up, Tyrion had dropped to one knee beside him, saying, "Art thou a warrior of the Tisrock? May he live forever. It cheers my heart to meet thee among all beasts and devils of Narnians. Give me thy hand, friend." Before he knew well what was happening, the Calorman sentry found his right hand seized in a mighty grip. Next instant, someone was kneeling on his legs, and a dagger was pressed against his neck. "One noise, and thou art dead," said Tyrion in his ear. "Tell me where the unicorn is, and thou shalt live." "Behind the stable, oh, my master," he stammered, the unfortunate man. "Good, rise up and lead me to him." As the man got up, the point of the dagger never left his neck. It only travelled round, cold and rather ticklish, as Tyrion got behind him and settled into a convenient place under his ear. Trembling, he went round the back of the stable. Though it was dark, Tyrion could see the white shape of Jewel at once. "Hush," he said. "Do not neigh. Yes, Jewel, it is I. How have they tied thee?" "Hobbled by all four legs and tied with a bridle to a ring in the stable wall," came Jewel's voice. "Stand here, sentry, with your back to the wall. No, so. Now, Jewel, set the point of your horn against the Calorman's breast." "With a good will, sire," said Jewel. "If he moves, rive him to the heart." Then in a few seconds, Tyrion cut the ropes. With the remains of them, he bound the sentry hand and foot. Finally, he made him open his mouth, stuffed it full of grass, and tied him up from scalp to chin so that he could make no noise, lowered the man into a sitting position, and set him against the wall. I have done thee some discourtesy, soldier," said Tyrion, "but such was my need. If we meet again, I may happen to do thee a better turn. Now, Jewel, let us go softly." He put his left arm round the beast's neck, and bent and kissed its nose, and both had great joy. They went back as quietly as possible to the place where he had left the children. It was darker in there under the trees, and he nearly ran into Eustace before he saw him. "All's well," whispered Tyrion. "A good night's work. Now for home." They turned and had gone a few paces when Eustace said, "Where are you, Pole?" There was no answer. "Is Jill on the other side of you, sire?" he asked. "What? What?" said Tyrion. "Is she not on the other side of you?" It was a terrible moment. They dared not shout, but they whispered her name in the loudest whispers they could manage. There was no reply. "Did she go from you while I was away?" said Tyrion. "I didn't see her or hear her go," said Eustace, "but she could have gone without me knowing. She can be quiet as a cat. You've seen for yourself." At that moment, a far-off drumbeat was heard. Joel moved his ears forwards. "Dwarves," he said. "And treacherous dwarf enemies, most likely as not," muttered Tyrion. "And here comes something on hooves. Much nearer," said Joel. The two humans and the unicorn stood dead still. There were now so many different things to worry about that they didn't know what to do. The noise of hooves came steadily nearer. And then, quite close to them, a voice whispered, "Hello, are you there?" Thank heavens it was Jill's. "Where the devil have you been to?" said Eustace in a furious whisper, for he had been very frightened. "In the stable," gasped Jill, but it was the sort of gasp you give when you're struggling with suppressed laughter. "Oh," growled Eustace, "you think it's funny, do you? Well, all I can say is—" "Have you got Jules, sire?" asked Jill. "Yes, he is here. What is that beast with you?" "That's him," said Jill. "But let's be off home before anyone wakes up." And again there came little explosions of laughter. The others obeyed at once, for they had already lingered long enough in that dangerous place, and the dwarf drums seemed to have come a little nearer. It was only after they had been walking southward for several minutes that Eustace said, "Got him? What do you mean?" "The false Aslan," said Jill. "What?" said Tyrion. "Where have you been? What have you done?" "Well, sire," said Jill, "as soon as I saw that you got the sentry out of the way, I thought, hadn't I better have a look inside the stable and see what really is there? So I crawled along. It was easy as anything to draw the bolt. Of course, it was pitch black inside and smelled like any other stable. Then I struck a light and, would you believe it, there was nothing at all there but this old donkey with a bundle of lion skin tied on his back. So I drew my knife and told him that he'd have to come along with me. As a matter of fact, I needn't have threatened him with a knife at all. He was very fed up with the stable and quite ready to come. Weren't you puzzled, dear?" "Great Scott," said Eustace. "Well, I'm jiggered. I was jolly angry with you a moment ago, and I think it was mean of you to sneak off without the rest of us, but I must admit, it was a perfectly gorgeous thing to do. If she was a boy, she'd have to be knighted, wouldn't she, sire?" "If she was a boy," said Tyrion, "she'd be whipped for disobeying orders." And in the dark, no one could see whether he said this with a frown or a smile. Next minute, there was a sound of rasping metal. What are you doing, sire?" asked Jules sharply. "Drawing my sword to smite the head off the accursed ass," said Tyrion in a terrible voice. "Stand clear, girl." "Oh, don't, please don't," said Jill. "Really, you mustn't. It wasn't his fault. It was all the ape. He didn't know any better, and he's very sorry. And he's a nice donkey. His name's Puzzle, and I've got my arms round his neck." "Jill," said Tyrion, "you are the bravest and most wood-wise of my subjects, but also the most malspert and disobedient. Well, let the ass live. What have you to say for yourself, ass?" "Me, sire?" "Hi, Carrie. Welcome." "Me, sire?" said the donkey's voice. "I'm sure I'm very sorry if I've done wrong. The ape said Aslan wanted me to dress up like that, and I thought he'd know. I'm not clever like him. I only did what I was told. It wasn't any fun of me living in that stable. I don't even know what's been going on outside. He never let me out except for a minute or two at night. Some days they forget to give me any water, too." "Sire," said Joel, "those dwarves are coming nearer and nearer. Do we want to meet them?" Tyrion thought for a moment, then suddenly gave a great laugh out loud. Then he spoke, not this time in a whisper. "By the line," he said, "I am growing slow-witted. Meet them. Certainly we will meet them. We will meet anyone now. We have this ass to show them. Let them see the thing they have feared and bowed to. We can show them the truth of the ape's vile plot. His secret's out. The tide's turned. Tomorrow we shall hang that ape in the highest tree of Narnia. No more whispering and skulking in disguises. Where are those honest dwarves? We have good news for them. When you have been whispering for hours, the mere sound of anyone's talking out loud has a wonderful stirring effect. The whole party began talking and laughing. Even Puzzle lifted up his head and gave a grand hee-haw, hee-haw, a thing the ape hadn't allowed him to do for days. Then they set off in the direction of the drumming. It grew steadily louder, and soon they could see torchlight as well. They came out on one of those rough roads, we should hardly call them roads at all in England, which ran through the Lantern Waste, and there, marching sturdily along, were about 30 dwarves, all with little spades and muttocks over their shoulders. 2 armed Kellermen led the column, and 2 more brought up the rear. "Stay," thundered Tyrion as he stepped out to the road. "Stay, soldiers. Whither do you lead these Narnian dwarves, and by whose orders?" Chapter 7. Mainly about dwarves. The 2 Kellerman soldiers at the head of the column, seeing that what they took for a Tarkan, or a great lord with 2 armed pages, came to a halt and raised their spears in salute. "Oh, my master," said one of them, "we lead these mankins to Calormen, to work in the mines of Tisroc. May he live forever." "By the great god of Tash, they are very obedient," said Tyrion. Suddenly he turned to the dwarves themselves. About 1 in 6 of them carried a torch, and by the flickering light he could see their bearded faces all looking at him with grim and dogged expressions. Excuse me. "Has the Tisroc fought a great battle, dwarves, and conquered your land?" he asked, "that thus you go patiently to die in the salt pits of Pugran?" The 2 soldiers glared at him in surprise, but the dwarves all answered, Aslan's orders. Aslan's orders. He sold us. What can we do against him?" "Tisroc, indeed," added one and spat. "I'd like to see him try." "Silence, dog," said the chief soldier. "Look," said Tyrion, pulling Puzzle forward into the light. "It has all been a lie. Aslan does not come to Narnia at all. You have been cheated by the ape. This is the thing he brought out of the stable to show you. Look at it." What the dwarfs saw, now that they could see it close, was certainly enough to make them wonder how they had ever been taken in. The lion's skin had got pretty untidy already during Puzzle's long imprisonment in the stable, and it had been knocked crooked loose during his journey through the dark woods. Most of it was in a big lump on one shoulder. The head, besides, had been pushed sideways, had somehow got very far back, so that anyone could now see his silly, gentle, donkeyish face gazing out of it. Some grass stuck out of one corner of his mouth, for he had been doing a little quiet nibbling as they brought him along, and he was muttering, "It wasn't my fault. I'm not very clever. I never said I was." For 1 second, all the dwarves were staring at Puzzle with wide open mouths, and then one of the soldiers said sharply, "Are you mad, my master? What are you doing to the slaves?" And the other said, "And who are you?" Neither of their spears with a salute now. Both were down and ready for action. "Give the password," said the chief soldier. "This is my password," said the king, and he drew his sword. "The light is dawning, the lie broken. Now guard thee, miscreant, for I am Tyrion of Narnia." He flew upon the chief soldier like lightning. Eustace, who had drawn his sword when he saw the king's draw his, rushed at the other one. His face was deadly pale, but I wouldn't blame him for that, and he had the luck that beginners sometimes do have. He forgot all that Tyrion had tried to teach him that afternoon, slashed wildly, indeed, I'm not sure his eyes weren't shut, and suddenly found to his great surprise that the Kellerman lay dead at his feet. And though this was a great relief, it was at the moment rather frightening. The king's fight lasted a second or 2 longer, then he too had killed his man and shouted to Eustace, "Where are the other 2?" But the dwarves had settled the 2 remaining Kellermans. There was no enemy left. "Well struck, Eustace," cried Tyrion, clapping him on the back. "Now, dwarves, you are free. Tomorrow I will lead you to free all Narnia. 3 cheers for Aslan." But the result which followed was simply wretched. There was a feeble attempt from a few dwarves, about 5, which died away at once. From several others there were sulky growls. Many said nothing at all. "Don't they understand?" said Jill impatiently. "What's wrong with all of you dwarves? Didn't you hear what the king said? It's all over. The ape isn't going to rule Narnia any longer. Everyone can go back to ordinary life. You can have all fun again. Aren't you glad?" After a pause of nearly a minute, a not very nice-looking dwarf with hair and a beard as black as soot said, "And who might you be, missy?" "I'm Jill," she said. The same Jill who rescued King Brilliant from the enchantment. And this is Eustace who did it too. And we've come back from another world after hundreds of years. Aslan sent us. The dwarfs all looked at one another with grins, sneering grins, not merry ones. Well, said the black dwarf, whose name was Griffle, I don't know how you chaps feel, but I've heard as much about Aslan as I want for the rest of my life. That's right, growled the other dwarves. It's all a plant, all a blooming plant. What do you mean, said Tyrion. He had not been pale when he was fighting, but he was pale now. He had thought this was going to be a beautiful moment, but it was turning out much like a bad dream. You must think we're blooming soft in the head, that you must, said Griffle. We've been taken in once, and now you expect us to be taken in again in the next minute. We have no more use for stories about Aslan. See, look at him, an old muck with long ears. By heaven, you make me mad, said Tyrion. Which of you said that was Aslan? That is the ape's imitation of the real Aslan. Can't you understand? And you've got a better imitation, I suppose, said Griffle. No thanks. We've been fooled once and we're not going to be fooled again. I have not, said Tyrion angrily. I serve the real Aslan. Where is he? Who is he? Show him to us, said several dwarves. Do you think I keep him all in my wallet, fools, said Tyrion. Who am I that I could make Aslan appear at my bidding? He's not a tame lion. The moment those words were out of his mouth, he realized that he had made a false move. The dwarves at once began repeating, not a tame lion, not a tame lion, in a jeering sing-song. That's what the other lot kept on telling us, said one. Do you mean you don't believe in real Aslan, said Jill. But I've seen him, and he has sent us two here out of a different world. Ah, said Griffle with a broad smile. So you say. They've taught you your stuff all right, saying your lessons, ain't you? Charles, said Tyrion, will you give a lady the lie to... will you give a lady to... I can read this. Will you give a lady the lie to her very face? You keep a civil tongue in your head, mister, said the dwarf. I don't think we want any more kings. If you are Tyrion, which you don't look like him, no more than we want any Aslans. We're going to look after ourselves from now on and touch our caps to nobody, see? That's right, said the other dwarves. We're on our own now. No more Aslan, no more kings, no more silly stories about other worlds. The dwarves are for the dwarfs. And they began to fall into their places and to get ready for marching back to wherever they had come from. Little beasts, said Eustace. Aren't you even going to say thank you for being saved from the salt mines? Oh, we know all about that, said Griffle over his shoulder. You wanted to make use of us, that's why you rescued us. You were playing some game of your own. Come on, you chaps. And the dwarves struck up the queer little marching song, which goes with the drumbeat, and off they tramped into the darkness. Tyrion and his friends stared after them. Then he said the single word, come, and they continued their journey. They were a silent party. Puzzle felt himself to be still in disgrace, and also he didn't really quite understand what had happened. Jill, besides being disgusted with the dwarves, was very impressed with Eustace's victory over the Calormans and felt almost shy. As for Eustace, his heart was still beating rather quickly. Tyrion and Jewel walked sadly together in the rear. The king had had an arm on the unicorn's shoulder, and sometimes the unicorn nuzzled the king's cheek with his soft nose. They did not try to comfort one another with words. It wasn't very easy to think of anything to say that would be comforting. Tyrion had never dreamed that one of the results of an ape's setting up a false Aslan would be to stop people from believing in the real one. He had felt quite sure that the dwarves would rally to his side the moment he showed them how they had been deceived, and that the next night he would have led them to Stable Hill and shown Puzzle to all the creatures, and everyone would have turned against the ape, and perhaps after a scuffle with the Calormans, the whole thing would have been over. But now it seemed he could count on nothing. How many other Narnians might turn the same way as the dwarfs? Somebody's coming after us, I think, said Puzzle suddenly. They stopped and listened. Sure enough, there was a thump, thump, thump of small feet behind them. Who goes there? Shouted the king. Only me, sire, came a voice. Me, Poggin the dwarf. I've only just managed to get away from the others. I'm on your side, sire, and on Aslan's. If you can put a dwarfish sword in me fist, I'd gladly strike a blow on the right side before all's done. Everyone crowded around him and welcomed him and praised him and slapped him on the back. Of course, one single dwarf could not make a very great difference, but it was somehow very cheering to have even one. The whole party brightened up, but Jill and Eustace didn't stay bright for very long, for they were now yawning their heads off and too tired to think about anything but bed. Yeah, right. Welp. So much for that rescue. It was at the coldest hour of the night, just before dawn, that they got back to the tower. If there had been a meal ready for them, they would have been glad enough to eat, but the bother and delay of getting one was not to be thought of. They drank from a stream, splashed their faces with water, and tumbled into their bunks, except for Puzzle and Jewel, who said they'd be more comfortable outside. This perhaps was just as well, for a unicorn and a fat, fully grown donkey indoors always make a room feel rather crowded. Narnian dwarves, though less than 4 feet high, are for their size about the toughest and strongest creatures there are. So that Poggin, in spite of a heavy day and late night, woke fully refreshed before any of the others. He at once took Jill's bow, went out and shot a couple of wood pigeons. Then he sat plucking them on the doorstep and chatting to Jewel and Puzzle. Puzzle looked and felt a good deal better that morning. Jewel, being a unicorn and therefore one of the noblest and delicatest of beasts, had been very kind to him, talking to him about things of the sort they could both understand, like grass and sugar and the care of one's hooves. When Jill and Eustace came out of the tower yawning and rubbing their eyes at almost 10:30, the dwarf showed them where they could gather plenty of Narnian weed called wild fresney, which looks rather like our wood sorrel, but tastes a good deal nicer when cooked. It needs a little butter and pepper to make it perfect, but they hadn't got these. So that with one thing or another, they had the makings of a capital stew for their breakfast or dinner, whichever you chose to call it. Tyrion went a little farther into the wood with an axe and brought back some branches for fuel. While the meal was cooking, which seemed a very long time, especially as it smelled nicer and nicer the nearer it came to being done, the king found a complete dwarfish outfit for Poggin: mail shirt, helmet, shield, sword, belt, and dagger. Then he inspected Eustace's sword and found that Eustace had put it back in the sheath all messy from killing the Calormen. He was scolded for that and made to clean and polish it. All this while, Jill went to and fro, sometimes stirring the pot and sometimes looking out enviously at the donkey and unicorn, who were contentedly grazing. How many times that morning she wished she could eat grass. But when the meal came, everyone felt it had been worth waiting for, and they were second helpings all around. When everyone had eaten as much as they could, the 3 humans and the dwarf came and sat on the doorstep. The 4-footed ones lay down facing them. The dwarf, with permission from both Jill and from Tyrion, lit his pipe. And the king said, "Now, friend Poggin, you have more news of the enemy belike than we. Tell us what you know. And first, what tale did they tell of my escape?" "A cunning tale, sire, as ever I was devised," said Poggin. "It was the cat Ginger who told it, and most likely made it up too. This Ginger, sire, oh, she's a sly boots, if ever cat was, said he was walking past the tree to which those villains bound your majesty, and he said, saving your reverence, that you were howling and swearing and cursing, Aslan's language I wouldn't like to repeat, were the words he used, looking ever so prim and proper. You know the way a cat can when it pleases. And then, says Ginger, Aslan himself suddenly appeared in a flash of lightning and swallowed your majesty up in one mouthful." All the beasts trembled at this story, and some fainted right away. And of course the ape followed it up. There he says, "See what Aslan does to these poor, to those who don't respect him. Let that be a warning to you all." And the poor creatures wailed and whined and said it will. So when in the upshot of your majesty's escape had not set them thinking whether you have loyal friends to your aid, but only made them more afraid and more obedient to the ape. "What devilish policy," said Tyrion. "This Ginger, then, is close in the ape's council." "It's more a question by now, sire, if the ape is in his councils," replied the dwarf. The ape had taken to drinking, you see. My belief is that the plot is now mostly carried on by Ginger or Rishta. That's the Calormen captain. And I think some words that Ginger has scattered amongst the dwarfs are chiefly to blame for the scurvy return they made you. And I'll tell you why. One of those dreadful midnight meetings had just broken up the night before last, and I'd gone a bit of the way home when I found I'd left my pipe behind. It was a good one and my favourite, so I went back to look for it. But before I got to the place where I'd been sitting, it was black as pitch there. I heard a cat's voice say mew, and a Calorman's voice say here. Speak softly. So I stood as still as if I was frozen, and these two were Ginger and Ishta, Tarkan as they call him. Noble Tarkan, says the cat, in that silky voice of his. I just wanted to know exactly what you both meant today about Aslan meaning no more than Tash. Doubtless most sacrilegious of cats, says the other. You have perceived my meaning. You mean, says Ginger, there's no such person as either? And who are enlightened to know that, says the Tarkan. Then we can understand one another, purrs the cat. Do you like me grow a little weary of the ape? A stupid greedy brute, says the other, but we must use him for the present. Thou and I must provide for all things in secret and make the ape do our will. And it would be better, wouldn't it, said Ginger, to let some of the more enlightened Narnians into our council, one by one as we find them apt. For the beasts who really believe in Aslan may turn at any moment, and will if the ape's folly betrays his secret. But those who care neither for Tash nor Aslan, but have only an eye for their own profit, and such reward as Tidrock may give them when eye for their own profit, and such rewards as the Tidrock might give them when Narnia is a Calormen province will be firm. Excellent cat, says the captain, but choose which ones carefully. While the dwarf had been speaking, the day seemed to have changed. It had been sunny when they sat down. Now Puzzle shivered. Jewel shifted his head uneasily. Jill looked up. It's clouding over, she said. It's so cold, said Puzzle. Cold enough by the lion, said Tyrion, blowing his hands. And what foul smell is this? Ugh, gasped Eustace. It's like something died. Is there a dead bird somewhere about? And why didn't we notice it before? With a great upheaval, Jules scrambled to his feet and pointed with his horn. Look, he cried. Look at it. Look. Then all six of them saw, and all of their faces there came an expression of uttermost dismay. I'm concerned noises. Chapter 8. What news the eagle brought. In the shadow of the trees on the far side of the clearing. How close are we to ads? Sorry. 10 minutes? Okay. In the shadow of the trees on the far side of the clearing, something was moving. It was gliding very slowly northward. At first glance, you might have mistaken it for smoke, but it was gray, and you could see things through it. But the deathly smell was not the smell of smoke. Also, this thing kept its shape instead of billowing and curling as smoke would have done. It was roughly the shape of a man, but it had the head of a bird, some bird of prey with a cruel curved beak. It had 4 arms, which it held high above its head, stretching them out northward as it wanted to snatch all of Narnia in its grip, and its fingers, all 20 of them, were curved like its beak, and had long pointed bird-like claws instead of nails. My leg. My ankle. Concern noises, right? Were curved like its beak and had long pointed bird-like claws instead of nails. It floated on the grass instead of walking, and the grass seemed to wither beneath it. After one look at it, Puzzle gave a screaming bray and darted into the tower, and Jill, who was no coward as you know, hid her face in her hands to shut out the sight of it. The others watched it for perhaps a minute, until it streamed away into the thicker trees on their right and disappeared. Then the sun came out again, and the birds once more began to sing. Everyone started breathing properly again and moved. They had all been still as statues while it was in sight. What was it? Said Eustace in a whisper. I've seen it once before, said Tyrion. But that time it was carved into stone and overlaid with gold and had solid diamonds for eyes. It was when I was no older than thou, and had gone as a guest to the Tisrock's court in Tashban. He took me into the great temple of Tash. There I saw it carved above the altar. Then that thing was Tash? Said Eustace. But instead of answering him, Tyrion slipped his arm behind Jill's shoulders and said, "How's it with you, lady?" All right," said Jill, taking her hands away from her pale face and trying to smile. "I'm all right. It only made me feel a little sick for a moment." "It seems, then," said the unicorn, "that there is a real Tash after all." "Yes," said the dwarf, "and this fool of an ape who didn't believe in Tash will get more than he bargained for. He called for Tash. Tash has come." "Where is it the thing gone to?" said Jill. "North into the heart of Narnia," said Tyrion. "It has come to dwell among us. They have called it, and it has come." "Ho, ho, ho," chuckled the dwarf, rubbing his hairy hands together. "It will be a surprise for the ape. People shouldn't call for demons unless they really mean what they say." "Who knows if Tash will be visible to the ape?" said Jewel. "Where has Puzzle got to?" said Eustace. They all shouted out Puzzle's name, and Jill went round to the other side of the tower to see if he had gone there. They were quite tired of looking for him when at last his grey head peered cautiously out of the doorway, and he said, "Has it gone away?" And when at last they got him to come out, he was shivering the way a dog shivers before a thunderstorm. "I see now," said Puzzle, "that I really have been a very bad donkey. I ought never to have listened to Shift. I never thought things like this would happen. Would begin to happen." True facts, yeah. This is the equivalent of fuck around and find out. "If you spent less time saying you weren't clever and more time trying to be as clever as you could," began Eustace, but Jill interrupted him. "Oh, leave poor Puzzle alone," she said. "It was all a mistake, wasn't it, dear Puzzle?" And she kissed him on the nose. Though rather shaken by what they had seen, the whole party now sat down again and went on with their talk. Jewel had little to tell them. While he was a prisoner, he had spent nearly all of his time tied up at the back of the stable, and had of course heard none of the enemy's plans. He had been kicked, he'd done some kicking back too, and beaten and threatened with death unless he would say that he believed it was Aslan who was brought out and shown to them by firelight every night. In fact, he was going to be executed that very morning if he had not been rescued. He didn't know what had happened to the lamb. The question they had decided was whether they would go to the stable hill again that night, to show Puzzle to the Narnians and try to make them see how they had been tricked, or whether they should steal away eastward to meet the help of Runewit the centaur. My goodness. Or meet the help which Runewit the centaur was bringing up from Cair Paravel and return against the ape and his Kellerman in force. Tyrion would very much like to have followed the first plan. He hated the idea of leaving the ape to bully his people one moment longer than need be. Excuse me. On the other hand, the way the dwarves had behaved the previous night was a warning. Apparently one couldn't be sure how people would take it, even if he showed them Puzzle. And there were the Kellerman soldiers to be reckoned with. Poggin thought there were about 30 of them. Tyrion felt sure that if the Narnians all rallied to his side, he and Jewel and the children and Poggin, Puzzle didn't count for much, would have a good chance of beating them. But how if half the Narnians, including all the dwarves, just sat and looked on? Or even fought against him? The risk was too great, and there was, too, the cloudy shape of Tash. What might it do? People shouldn't call for demons unless they mean what they say. Yeah. And then, as Poggin pointed out, there was no harm in leaving the ape to deal with his own difficulties for a day or two. He would have no Puzzle to bring out and show no one. My goodness. He would have no Puzzle to bring out and show now. It wasn't easy to see what story he or Ginger could make up to explain that. If the beast asked night after night to see Aslan, and no Aslan was brought out, surely even the simplest of them would get suspicious. In the end, they all agreed that the best thing to do was to go off and try to meet Runewit. As soon as they had decided this, it was wonderful how much more cheerful everyone became. I don't honestly think that this was because any of them was afraid of a fight, except perhaps Jill and Eustace, but I dare say that each of them, deep down inside, was very glad not to get any nearer, or not yet, to that horrible bird-headed thing which, visible or invisible, was now probably haunting Stable Hill. Anyway, one always feels better when one has made up one's mind. Tyrion said they had better remove their disguises, as they didn't want to be mistaken for Calormans and perhaps attacked by any loyal Narnians they might meet. The dwarf made up a horrible-looking mess of ashes from the hearth and grease out of a jar of grease which was kept for rubbing swords and spearheads. Then they took off their Calormene armor and went down to the stream. The nasty mixture made a lather just like soft soap. It was a pleasant, homely sight to see Tyrion and the two children kneeling beside the water and scrubbing the backs of their necks, or puffing and blowing as they splashed the lather off. Then they were back to the tower with red, shiny faces, looking like people who had been given an extra special good wash before a party. They rearmed themselves in true Narnian style, with straight swords and 3-cornered shields. "Body of me," said Tyrion, "that is better. I feel a true man again." Puzzle begged very hard to have the lion skin taken off. He said it was too hot, and the way it was rucked up on his back was uncomfortable. Also, it made him look silly. But they told him he would have to wear it a bit longer, for they still wanted to show him in that get-up to the other beasts, even though they were now going to meet Ruinwit first. What was left of the pigeon meat and the rabbit meat was not worth bringing away, but they took some biscuits. Then Tyrion locked the door of the tower, and that was the end of their stay there. It was a little after 2 in the afternoon when they set out, and it was the very first really warm day of that spring. The young leaves seemed to be much farther out than yesterday. The snow droops were over, but they saw several primroses. The sunlight slanted through the trees, birds sang, and always, though usually out of sight, there was the noise of running water. It was hard to think of horrible things like Tash, the children felt. This is really Narnia at last. Even Tyrion's heart grew lighter, and he walked ahead of them, humming an old Narnian marching song which had the refrain, "Oh, rumble, 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 rumble drum belabored." After the king came Eustace and Poggin the dwarf. Poggin was telling Eustace the names of all the Narnian trees, birds, plants, which he didn't know already. Sometimes Eustace would tell him about English ones. After them came Puzzle, and after him, Jill and Jewel, walking very close together. Jill had, as you might say, quite fallen in love with the unicorn. She thought, and she wasn't for wrong, that he was the shiniest, delicatest, most graceful animal she had ever met. And he was so gentle and soft of speech that, if you hadn't known, you would hardly have believed how fierce and terrible he could be in battle. "Oh, this is nice," said Jill. "Just walking along like this. I wish there could be more of this sort of adventure. It's a pity there's always so much happening in Narnia." But the unicorn explained to her that she was quite mistaken. He said that the sons and daughters of Adam and Eve were brought out of their own strange world into Narnia only at times when Narnia was stirred and upset. But she mustn't think that it was always like that. In between their visits, there was hundreds of thousands of years when peaceful king followed peaceful king, till you could hardly remember their names or count their numbers, and there was really hardly anything to put into the history books. And he went on to talk of old queens and heroes whom she had never heard of. He spoke of Swan White, the queen, who had lived before the days of the White Witch, and the Great Winter, who was so beautiful that when she looked into any forest pool, the reflection of her face shone out of the water like a star by night, for a year and a day afterwards. He spoke of Moonwood, the hare who had such ears that he could sit by the cauldron pool under the thunder of the great waterfall and hear what men spoke in whispers at Cair Paravel. He told of how King Gael, who was 9th in descent from Frank, the first of all kings, had sailed far away into the eastern seas and delivered the Lone Islands from a dragon, and how, in return, they had given him the Lone Islands to be a part of the royal lands of Narnia forever. He talked of whole centuries in which all Narnia was so happy that notable dances and feasts, or at most tournaments, were the only things that could be remembered, and every day and week had been better than the last. And he went on, the pictures of all those happy years. Oh. Darn it.
Sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, why do all the bad stuff happen when we show up? Because you're the fixer-uppers.
I just don't like ad break heads. might have to read a paragraph.
That's okay, I'll read that again. That was actually pleasant.
You that are sub, you're so lucky you got to get a little bit of foresight.
Fortunate or unfortunate, because you gotta hear it again.
To hear it again.
We're really, really, really blasting through this book, though. I think we're already halfway through just tonight. We'll probably have one more reading and it'll finish. And then Narnia will be over. No more Narnia. Ah. Cathis is actually on Yo. Cathis is actually attempting to contact Cyan, the makers of Mist, because I would like to read their books. They would probably be the ones I would go for next, but if we're still waiting on them, I'm probably gonna pull down the my Gulliver's Travels, because I know for sure that one's in public domain by now. And worst case scenario, I do have the big book of William Shakespeare, so that could keep me busy for a while. There's lots of those that I honestly haven't read, so that could be fun.
I'm sorry, this is a little entire conversation.
You don't have to. You could listen to it in the VODs.
I guess so. Your crowd's back now.
Is the ads over now?
Yeah.
Oh.
I just said I could call you halfway through the ads.
Sorry. Okay. Oh, this is nice, said Jill. Just walking along like this, I wish there could be more of this sort of adventure. It's a pity there's always so much happening in Narnia. But the unicorn explained to her that she was quite mistaken. He said that the sons and daughters of Adam and Eve were brought out of their own strange world into Narnia only at times when Narnia was stirred and upset. But she mustn't think that it was always like that. In between their visits, there were hundreds and thousands of years when peaceful kings followed peaceful king, till you could hardly remember their names or count their numbers. And there was really hardly anything to put into the history books. And he went on to talk of old queens and heroes whom she had never heard of. He spoke of Swanwhite the queen, who had lived before the days of the White Witch and the Great Winter, who was so beautiful that when she looked into any forest pool, the reflection of her face shone out of the water like a star by night for a year and a day afterwards. He spoke of Moonwood the hare, who had such ears that he could sit by the cauldron pool under the thunder of the great waterfall, and hear what men spoke in whispers at Cair Paravel. He told of how King Gael, who was ninth in descent from Frank, the first of all kings, had sailed far away into the eastern seas and delivered the Lone Islands from a dragon, and how in return they'd given him the Lone Islands to be part of the royal lands of Narnia forever. He talked of whole centuries in which all Narnia was so happy and that notable dances and feasts, or at most tournaments, were the only things that could be remembered, and every day and week had been better than the last. And he went on, the picture of all those happy years, all the thousands of them, piled up in Jill's mind, till it was rather like looking down from a high hill onto a rich, lovely plain full of woods and waters and cornfields, which spread away and away till it got thin and misty from a distance. And she said, "Oh, I do hope we can soon settle the ape and get back to those good, ordinary times. And then I hope they'll go on forever and ever and ever. Our world is going to have an end some day. Perhaps this one won't. Oh, Jewel, wouldn't it be lovely if Narnia went on, like what you said it has been?" "Nay, sister," answered Jewel. "All worlds draw to an end, except Aslan's own country." "Well, at least," said Jill, I hope the end of this one isn't for millions. I hope the end of this one is millions and millions and millions of years away. Hello, what are we stopping for?" The king and Eustace and the dwarf were all staring up at the sky. Jill shuddered, remembering what horrors they had seen already, but it was nothing of that sort this time. It was small and looked black against the blue. "I dare swear," said the unicorn, "from its flight, that is a talking bird." "So think I," said the king, but is it a friend or a spy of the apes?" "To me, sire," said the dwarf, "it has the look of Farsight the eagle." "Ought we to hide under the trees?" said Eustace. "Nay," said Tyrion, Best stand still as rocks. He would see us for certain if we moved. Look, he wheels. He's seen us already, said Jewel. He's coming down in wide circles. Arrow on string, lady, said Tyrion to Jill. But by no means shoot till I bid you. He may be a friend. If one had known what was going to happen next, it would have been a treat to watch the grace and ease with which the huge bird glided down. He alighted on a rocky crag a few feet from Tyrion, bowed his crested head, and said in a strange eagle's voice, "Hail, King." I don't know how an eagle's supposed to sound. I'm not screeching. "Hail, far sight," said Tyrion. "And since you call me king, I may well believe you are not a follower of the ape and his false Aslan. I am right glad of your coming." "Sire," said the eagle, "when you have heard my news, you will be sorrier of my coming than of the greatest woe that ever befell you." Tyrion's heart seemed to stop beating at these words, but he set his teeth and said, "Tell on." "Two sights have I seen," said Farsight. "One was Cara Paravel filled with... I'm sorry. One was Cara Paravel filled with dead Narnians and living Calormans. The Tisrock's banner advanced upon your royal battlements, and your subjects flying from the city. This way, and that into the woods. Cara Paravel was taken from the sea. 20 great ships of Calaran put in there in the dark of night before last night. No one could speak." Right? Anxiety. When I read that sentence, I stopped cold. That was too much. "The other sight, 5 leagues nearer than Cara Paravel, was ruined with the centaur lying dead, with a Calaman arrow in his side. I was with him in his last hour, and he gave me this message to your majesty, to remember that all worlds draw to an end, and that noble death is a treasure which no one is too poor to buy." "So," said the king after a long silence, "Narnia is no more." And we're gonna call it a night. Like cliffhanger this shit. No, I'm not that mean. Jeez. Oh my gosh. I'm so sad too. Chapter 9. The Great Meeting on Stable Hill. For a long time they could not speak, nor even shed a tear. Then the unicorn stamped the ground with his hoof and shook his mane and spoke. "Sire," he said, there is now no need of counsel. We see that the ape's plans were laid deeper than we dreamed of. Doubtless he has been long in street traffic with the Tisrock. Where else would he get bananas and oranges, I guess? And as soon as he found the lion skin, he sent him word to make ready his navy for taking of Cara Paravel and all Narnia. Nothing now remains for us 7 but to go back to Stable Hill, proclaim the truth, and take the adventure that Aslan sends us. And if by a great marvel we defeat those 30 Calormen who are with the ape, then to turn again and die in battle with the far greater host of them that will soon march from Cara Paravel." Tyrion nodded, but he turned to the children and said, "Now, friends, it is time for you to go hence into your own world. Doubtless you have done all that Doubtless you have done all that you were sent to do. But we've done nothing," said Jill, who was shivering, not with fear exactly, but because everything was so horrible. "Nay," said the king, "you loosed me from the tree. You glided before me like a sneak last night in the woods and took Puzzle, and you, Eustace, killed your man. But you are too young to share in such a bloody end as we others must meet tonight. Or it may be 3 days hence. I entreat you, nay, I command you, to return to your own place. I should be put to shame if I let such young warriors fall in battle on my side." No, said Jill, very white when she began speaking, and then suddenly very red and then white again. "We won't. I don't care what you say. We're going to stick to you whatever happens, aren't we, Eustace?" "Yes, but there's no need to get so worked up about it," said Eustace, who stuck his hands in his pockets, forgetting how very odd that looks when you're wearing a male shirt. "Because, you see, we haven't any choice. What's the good of talking about us going back? How? We've got no magic for doing it." This was very good sense, but at that moment Jill hated Eustace for saying it. He was fond of being dreadfully matter-of-fact when the other people got excited. When Tyrion realized the 2 strangers could not get home unless Aslan suddenly whisked them away, his next He next wanted them to go across the southern mountains into Archenland, where they might possibly be safe, but they didn't know their way there, and there was no one to send with them. Also, as Poggin said, once the Kellermans had Narnia, they would certainly take Archenland in the next week or so. The Tisroc had always wanted to have these northern countries for his own. In the end, Eustace and Jill begged so hard that Tyrion said that they could come with him and take their chance, or, as he much more sensibly called it, the adventure that Aslan would send them. The king's first idea was that they should not go back to Stable Hill. They were sick of the very name of it by now, till after dark, but the dwarf told them that if they arrived there by daylight, they would probably find the place deserted, except perhaps for a Kellerman sentry. The beasts were far too frightened by what the ape and Ginger had told them about this new angry Aslan or Tashban to go near it except when they were called together for these horrible midnight meetings. And Kellermans are never good woodsmen. Poggin thought that even by daylight they could easily go round to somewhere behind the stable without being seen. This would be much harder to do when the night had come, and the ape might be calling the beasts together and all the Kellermen were on duty. And when the meeting did begin, they could leave Puzzle at the back of the stable, completely out of sight, till the moment which they wanted to produce him. This was obviously a good thing, for their only chance was to give the Narnians a sudden surprise. Everyone agreed, and the whole party set off on a new line, northwest towards the hated hill. The eagle sometimes flew to and fro above them, sometimes he sat perched on Puzzle's back. No one, not even the king himself, except in some great need, would dream of riding on a unicorn. This time Eustace and Jill walked together. They had been feeling very brave when they were bragging to be allowed to come with the others, but now they didn't feel brave at all. "Poll," said Eustace in a whisper, "I may as well tell you that I've got the wind up." "Oh, you're all right," said Scrub. "You're all right, Scrub," said Jill. "You can't fight, but I'm just shaking." "You can fight, but I'm just shaking, if you want to know the truth." "Oh, shaking's nothing," said Eustace. "I'm feeling I'm going to be sick." "Don't talk about that, for goodness sake," said Jill. They went on in silence for a minute or two. "Poll," said Eustace presently. "What?" she said. "What'll happen if we get killed here?" "Well, we'll be dead, I suppose." "But I mean, what will happen in our own world? Shall we wake up and find ourselves back in that train? Or shall we just vanish and never be heard of any more? Or shall we be dead in England?" "Gosh, I never thought about that." "It'll be rum for Peter and the others if they saw me waving out of the window, and then when the train comes in we're nowhere to be found. Or if they found if we're dead over there in England." "Ugh," said Jill. "What a horrible idea." "It wouldn't be horrible for us," said Eustace. "We shouldn't be there." "I almost wish—" "No, I don't, though," said Jill. "What were you going to say?" "I was going to say I wish we'd never come, but I don't. I don't. Even if we are killed, I'd rather be killed fighting for Narnia than grow old and stupid at home and perhaps go about in a bath chair and then die in the end just the same." "Or be smashed up by British railways." "Why'd you say that?" "Well, when that awful jerk came, the one that seemed to throw us into Narnia, I thought it was the beginning of a railway accident, so I was jolly glad to find ourselves here instead." While Jill and Eustace were talking about this, the others were discussing their plans and becoming less miserable. That was because they were now thinking of what was to be done this very night, and the thought of what happened to Narnia, the thought that all her glories and joys were over, was pushed away into the back part of their minds. The moment they stopped talking, it would come out and make them wretched again, but they kept on talking. Poggin was really quite cheerful about the night's work they had to do. He was sure that the boar and the bear, and probably all the dogs, would come over to their side at once, and he couldn't believe that the other dwarves would stick to Griffle, and fighting by firelight and in and amongst the trees would be an advantage to the weaker side. And then, if they could win tonight, need they really throw their lives away by meeting the main Kellerman army a few days later? Why not they hide in the woods, or even up in the western waste beyond the great waterfall, and live like outlaws? And then they might gradually get stronger and stronger, for talking beasts and Archenlanders would be joining them every day. And then at last they'd come out of hiding and sweep the Kellermans, who would have gotten careless by then, out of the country, and Narnia would be revived. After all, something very like that had happened in the time of King Miraz. And Tyrion heard all this and thought, but what about Tash? And felt in his bones that none of it was going to happen. But he didn't say so. When they got near to Stable Hill, of course everyone became quiet. Then the real woodwork began. From the moment at which they first saw the hill to the moment at which they all arrived at the back of the stable, it took them over 2 hours. It's the sort of thing one couldn't describe properly unless one wrote pages and pages about it. Ha ha ha. The journey from each bit of cover to the next was a separate adventure, and there were very long waits in between, and several false alarms. If you are a good scout or a good guide, you will know already what it must have been like. By about sunset, they were all safe in a clump of holly trees about 15 yards behind the stable. They all munched some biscuits and lay down. Then came the worst part, the waiting. Luckily for the children, they slept for a couple hours, but of course they woke up when the night grew cold, and what's worse, woke up very thirsty and with no chance of getting a drink. Puzzle just stood shivering a little with nervousness and said nothing, but Tyrion, with his head against Jules' flank, slept as soundly as if he were in his royal bed at Cair Paravel, till the sound of a gong beating awoke him, and he sat up and saw there was firelight on the far side of the stable, and knew that the hour had come. "Kiss me, Jewel," he said, "for certainly this is our last night on earth, and if I ever offended against you in any manner of great or small, forgive me now." "Dear king," said the unicorn, "I could almost wish you had, so that I might forgive it. Farewell, we have known great joys together. If Aslan gives me my choice, I would choose no other life than the life I've had, and no other death than the one we go to." Then they woke up Farsight, and was asleep with his head under his wing. It made him look as if he had no head at all, and crept forwards to the stable. They left Puzzle, not without a kind word, for no one was angry with him now, just behind it, telling him not to move till someone came to fetch him, and took up their position at one end of the stable. The bonfire had not been lit for long, and it was just beginning to blaze up. It was only a few feet away from them, and the great crowd of Narnian creatures were on the other side of it, so that Tyrion could not at first see them very well. Though, of course, he saw dozens of eyes shining with the reflection of the fire, as you've seen a rabbit's or cat's eyes in the headlights of a car. And just as Tyrion took his place, the gong stopped beating, and from somewhere on the left, 3 figures appeared. One was Rishta the Tarkan, the Calorman captain. The second was the ape. He was holding on to the Tarkan's hand with one paw, and kept whimpering and muttering, "Not so fast, don't go so fast, I'm not at all well. Oh, my poor head, these midnight meetings are getting too much for me. Apes aren't meant to be up at night, it's not as if I was a rat or a bat. Oh, my poor head." On the other side of the ape, walking very softly and stately with his tail straight up in the air, came Ginger the cat. They were heading for the bonfire, and were so close to Tyrion that they would have seen him at once if they had looked in the right direction. Fortunately, they did not. But Tyrion heard Rishta say to Ginger in a low voice, "Now, cat, to thy post. See thou play the part well." "Meow, meow, count on me," said Ginger. Then he stepped away beyond the bonfire and sat down in the front row of the assembled beasts in the audience, as you might say. For really, as it happened, the whole thing was rather like a theater. The crowd of Narnians were less like people in the seats. The little grassy place just in front of the stable where the bonfire burned and the ape and the captain stood to talk to the crowd was like the stage. The stable itself was like the scenery at the back of the stage, and Tyrion and his friends were like people peering round from behind the scenery. It was a splendid position. If any of them stepped forwards into the full firelight, all eyes would be fixed on them at once. On the other hand, so long as they stood still in the shadow at the end of the wall of the stable, it was 100 to 1 against their being noticed. Rishta, Tarkan, dragged the ape up close to the fire. The pair of them turned to face the crowds, and this, of course, meant that their backs were towards Tyrion and his friends. "Now, monkey," said Rishta, Tarkan in a low voice, "say the words that wiser heads have put in thy mouth, and hold up thy hand." And as he spoke, he gave the ape a little prod or kick from behind with the point of his toe. "Do leave me alone," muttered Swift. But he sat up straighter and began in a loud voice, "Now listen, all of you. A terrible thing has happened, a wicked thing. The wickedest thing has ever been done to Narnia and Aslan." "Tashlan, fool," whispered Rash to Tarkan. "Tashlan, of course," said the ape, "is very angry about it. There was a terrible silence while the beasts waited to hear what new trouble was in store for them. The little party by the end of the wall of the stable also held their breath. What on earth was coming now? Yes, said the ape, at this very moment, when the terrible one himself is among us. There in that stable just behind me, one wicked beast has chosen to do what you think no one would dare to do, even if he were 1,000 miles away. It has dressed itself up as a lion skin and is wandering about in these very woods pretending to be Aslan. Jill wondered for a moment if the ape had gone mad. Was he going to tell the whole truth? A roar of horror and rage went up from the beasts. Grrr, growled the beast. Came the growls. Who is he? Where is he? Just let me get my teeth into him. It was seen last night, screamed the ape, but it got away. It's a donkey, a common miserable ass. If any of you see that ass, grrr, growled the beasts. We will. He'd better keep out of our way. Jill looked at the king. His mouth was open and his face was full of horror. And then she understood the devilish cunning of the enemy's plan. By mixing a little truth with it, they had made their lie far stronger. What was the good now? My goodness. What was the good now of telling the beasts that an ass had been dressed up as a lion to deceive them? The ape would only say, "That's just what I said." What was the good of showing them Puzzle in his lion skin? They would only tear him into pieces. That's taking the wind out of our sails, whispered Eustace. The ground is taken from under our feet, said Tyrion. Cursed cleverness, said Poggin. I'll be sworn this is new lies of Ginger's making. Chapter 10. Who will go into the stable? Jill felt something tickling her ear. It was Jewel the unicorn, whispering to her with the wide whisper of a horse's mouth. As soon as she heard what he was saying, she nodded and tiptoed back to where Puzzle was standing. Quickly and quietly, she cut the last cords that bound the lion skin to him. It wouldn't do for him to be caught with that on after what Ape had said. She would like to have hidden the skin somewhere very far away, but it was too heavy. The best she could do was to kick it amongst the thickest bushes. Then she made signs to Puzzle to follow her, and they both joined the others. The ape was speaking again. And after a horrid thing like that, Tashlan is angrier than ever. He said that he's a great deal too good to you, coming out every night to be looked at. See, well, he's not coming out anymore. Howls and mewlings and squeals and grunts were the animal's answers to this. But suddenly a quite different voice broke out with a loud laugh. Hark what the monkey says. Hark what the monkey says, it shouted. We know why he isn't going to be bringing his precious Aslan out. I'll tell you why. Because he hasn't got him. He never had anything except an old donkey with a lion's skin on its back. Now he's lost that. He doesn't know what to do. Tyrion could not see the faces on the other side of the fire very well, but he guessed this was Griffle, the chief dwarf, and he was quite certain of it when a second later all the dwarves' voices joined in singing, Don't know what to do, don't know what to do, don't know what to do. Silence, thundered Rishta Tarkan. Silence, children of mud. Listen to me, you other Narnians, lest I command to my warriors to fall upon you with the edge of the sword. The Lord Shift has already told you of that wicked ass. Do you think, because of him, that there is no real Tashlan in the stable? Do you? Beware, beware. No, shouted most of the crowd, but the dwarf said, That's right, Darky, you've got it. Come on, monkey, show us what's in the stable. Seeing is believing. When next there was a moment's quiet, the ape said, You dwarfs think you're very clever, don't you? But not so fast. I never said you couldn't see Tashlan. Anyone who likes can see him. The whole assembly became silent. Then, after nearly a minute, the bear began in slow, puzzled voice, I don't quite understand all this, it grumbled. I thought you said... You thought, repeated the ape, as if anyone could call what goes on in your head thinking. Listen, you others. Anyone can see Tashlan, but he's not coming out. You have to go in and see him. Oh, thank you, said dozens of voices. That's what we wanted. We can go in and see him face to face, and now he'll be kind, and it will all be as it used to be. And the birds chattered and the dogs barked excitedly. Then suddenly there was a great stirring and a noise of creatures rising to their feet, and in a second the whole lot of them would have been rushing forwards trying to crowd into the stable door all together. But the ape shouted, Get back, quiet, not so fast. The beasts stopped, many of them with one paw in the air, many with tails wagging, and all of them with heads on one side. "I thought you said," began the bear, but Shift interrupted. "Anyone can go in, but one at a time. Who'll go first?" He didn't say he was feeling very kind. He'll be licking his lips a lot since he swallowed up the wicked king the other night. He's been growling a good deal this morning. "I wouldn't much like to go into that stable myself tonight, but just as you please. Who'd like to go in first? Don't blame me if he swallows a whole lot of beasts into a cinder, or whole lot swallows you whole, or blasts you into a cinder with the mere terror of his eyes. That's your affair. Now then, who first? What about one of you dwarves?" "Dilly, dilly, come and be killed," sneered Griffle. "How do we know what you've got in there?" "Oh ho!" cried the ape. "So you're beginning to think there's something there, eh? Well, you beasts were making noise enough a minute ago. What struck you all dumb? Who's going in first?" But the beasts all stood looking at one another and began backing away from the stable. Very few tails were wagging now. The ape waddled to and fro, jeering at them. "Ho, ho, ho," he chuckled. "I thought you were all so eager to see Tajland face to face. Changed your minds, eh?" Tyrion bent his head to hear something that Jill was trying to whisper in his ear. "What do you think is really inside the stable?" she said. "Who knows," said Tyrion. "Two cavalrymen with drawn swords as likely as not, one on each side of the door." "You don't think," said Jill, "it might be, that horrid thing we saw?" "Tash himself," whispered Tyrion. "There's no knowing, but courage, child. We are between the paws of the true Aslan." Then a most surprising thing happened. Ginger the cat said in a cool, clear voice, not at all as if he was excited, "I'll go in if you like." Every creature turned and fixed its eyes on the cat. "Mark their subtleties, sire," said Poggin to the king. "This cursed cat is in the plot, the very center of it. Whatever is in the stable will not hurt him. I'll be bound, then Ginger will come out again and say that he has seen some wonder." But Tyrion had no time to answer. The ape was calling the cat to come forwards. "Ho, ho," said the ape. "So you, a pert puss, would look upon him face to face? Come on, then. I'll open the door for you. Don't blame me if he scares the whiskers off your face. That's your affair." And the cat got up and came to this place in the crowd, walking primly and daintily with its tail in the air, not one hair on its sleek coat out of place. It came on till it had passed the fire and was so close that Tyrion, from where he could stood, with his shoulder against the end of the wall of the stable, could look right into its face. Its big green eyes never blinked. "Cool as a cucumber," muttered Eustace. "It knows it has nothing to fear." The ape, chuckling and making faces, shuffled across behind the cat, put up his paw, drew the bolt, and opened the door. Tyrion thought he could hear the cat purring as it walked into the dark doorway. I am not going to try to mimic that noise. The most horrible caterwaul you have ever heard made everyone jump. You have been wakened yourself by cats quarreling or making love on the roof in the middle of the night. You know the sound. This was worse. The ape was knocked head over heels by Ginger coming back out of the stable at top speed. If you had not known he was a cat, you might have thought he was a ginger-colored streak of lightning. He shot across the open grass, back into the crowd. No one wants to meet a cat in that state. You could see animals getting out of his way, to left and right. He dashed up a tree, whisked around, and hung head downwards. His tail was bristled out till it was nearly as thick as his whole body. His eyes were like saucers of green fire. Along his back, every single hair stood on end. "I'd give my beard," whispered Poggin, "to know whether that brute is only acting, or whether it has really found something in there that frightened it." "Peace, friend," said Tyrion, for the captain and the ape were also whispering, and he wanted to hear what they said. He did not succeed, except that he heard the ape once more murmuring, my head," but he got the idea that those two were almost as puzzled by the cat's behavior as himself. "Now, Ginger," said the captain, "enough of that noise. Tell them what thou hast seen." "I'm not trying to mimic a cat yowling," screamed the cat. "Art thou not a talking beast?" said the captain. "Then hold thy devilish noise and talk." What followed was rather horrible. Tyrion felt quite certain, and so did the others, that the cat was trying to say something, but nothing came out of its mouth except the ordinary ugly cat noises you might hear from an angry or frightened old Tom in a backyard in England. And the longer he caterwauled, the less like a talking beast he looked. Uneasy whimperings and little sharp squeals broke out from among the other animals. "Look, look," said the voice of a bear. "It can't talk. It has forgotten how to talk. It's gone back to being a dumb beast. Look at its face." Everyone saw that it was true. And then the greatest terror of all fell upon those Narnians, for every one of them has been taught, when it was only a chick or a puppy or a cub, how Aslan, at the beginning of the world, had turned the beasts of Narnia into talking beasts, and warned them, if they weren't good, that they may one day be turned back again and be like the poor witless animals one meets in other countries. "And now it's coming upon us," they moaned. "Mercy, mercy," wailed the beasts. "Spare us, Lord Shift. Stand between us and Aslan. You must always go in and speak to him for us. We daren't, we daren't." Ginger disappeared farther up into the tree. No one ever saw him again. Tyrion stood with his hands on his sword hilt and his head bowed. He was dazed with the horrors of that night. Sometimes he thought it would be best to draw his sword at once and rush upon the Calormans. Then the next moment he thought it would be better to wait and see what turn affairs might take. And now a new turn came. "My father," came a clear, ringing voice from the left of the crowd. Tyrion knew at once that it was one of the Calormans speaking, for in the Tisroc army, the common soldier called the officers "my master," but the officer called their senior officers "my father." Jill and Eustace didn't know this, but after looking this way and that, they saw that the speaker, for of course people at the sides of the crowd were easier to see than people in the middle, where the glare of the fire made all beyond it look rather black. He was young and tall and slender, and even rather beautiful in the dark, haughty Calorman way. "Excuse me, my father," he said to the captain. "I also desire to go in." "Peace, Emeth," said the captain. "Who called thee to the council? Does it become a boy to speak?" "My father," said Emeth, "truly I am younger than thou, yet I also am of the blood of the Tarkans, even as thou art, and I am also the servant of Tash. Therefore—" "Silence," said Rishta Tarkan. "Am I not thy captain? Thou hast nothing to do with this stable. It is for the Narnians." "Nay, my father," answered Emeth. "Thou hast said that their Aslan and our Tash are as all one. And if that is the truth, then Tash himself is in yonder, and how then sayest thou that I have nothing to do with him? For gladly I would die 1,000 deaths if I might look once on the face of Tash." "Thou art a fool, and understandest nothing," said Rishta Tarkan. "These be high matters." Ermith's face grew sterner. "Is it then not true that Tash and Aslan are all one?" he asked. "Has the ape lied to us?" Of course they're all one," said the ape. "Swear it, ape." "Oh dear," whispered Shift. "I wish you'd all stop bothering me. My head does ache. Yes, yes, I swear it." "Then my father," said Emeth. "I am utterly determined to go in." "Fool," began Rish Tarkan, but at once the dwarves began shouting, "Come along, Darky, why don't you let him in? Why don't you let Narnians in and keep your own people out? What have you got in there that you don't want your own men to meet?" Tyrion and his friends could only see the back of Rishta Tarkan, so they never knew what his face looked like as he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Bear witness that I am guiltless in this young fool's blood. Get thee in, rash boy, and make haste." Then, just as Ginger had done, Emeth came walking forwards into the open strip of grass between the bonfire and the stable. His eyes were shining, his face very solemn, his hand was on his sword hilt, and he carried his head high. Jill felt like crying when she looked at his face, and Jewel whispered to the king's ear, "By the lion's mane, I almost love this young warrior. Calorman though he may be, he is worthy of a better god than Tash." "I do wish we knew what is really inside there," said Eustace. Emeth opened the door and went into the black mouth of the stable. He closed the door behind him. Only a few moments passed, but it seemed longer, before the door opened again. A figure in Calorman armor reeled out, fell on his back, and lay still. The door closed behind it. The captain leapt towards it and bent down to stare at its face. He gave a start of surprise. Then he recovered himself and turned to the crowd, crying out, "The rash boy has had his will. He's looked on Tash and is dead. Take warning, all of you." He's dead? Wow. We will, said the poor beasts. But Tyrion and his friends stared first at the dead Kellerman and then at one another, for they, being so close, could see that the crowd, being farther off and beyond the fire, could not. The dead man was not Emmeth. He was quite different, an older man, thicker and not so tall, with a big beard. "Ho, ho, ho," chuckled the ape. "Any more? Anyone else want to go in? Well, as you're all shy, I'll choose the next. You, boar. You come. Sorry, on you come. Drive him up, Kellermans. He shall see Tashlands face to face." Grunted the boar, rising heavily to his feet. "Come on, then. Try my tusks." When Tyrion saw that the brave beast getting ready to fight for its life, and Kellerman soldiers beginning to close in on it with their drawn scimitars, and no one going to its help, something seemed to burst inside him. He no longer cared if this was the best moment to interfere or not. "Swords out," he whispered to the others. "Arrow on strings. Follow." Next moment, the astonished Narnians saw 7 figures leap forth in front of the stable, 4 of them in shining mail. The king's sword flashed in the firelight, and he waved it above his head and cried in a great voice, "Here stand I, Tyrion of Narnia, in Aslan's name, to prove with my body that Tash is a foul fiend. The ape is a manifold traitor, and these Callermeans worthy of death. To my side, all true Narnians. Would you wait till your new masters have killed you all one by one?" Chapter 11. The pace quickens. Quick as lightning, Rishta Tarkan leapt back out of reach of the king's sword. He was no coward, and would have fought single-handed against Tyrion and the dwarves if need be, but he could not take on the eagle and the unicorn as well. He knew how eagles can fly in your face and peck at your eyes and blind you with their wings, and he had heard from his father, who had met Narnians in battle, that no man, except with arrows or a long spear, can match a unicorn, for it rears on its hind legs and falls upon you, and then you have its hooves and its horn and its teeth to deal with all at once. So he rushed into the crowd and stood calling out, to me, warriors of the Tisrock, may he live forever. To me, all loyal Narnians, lest ye the wrath of Tashland fall upon you." While this was happening, 2 other things happened as well. The ape had not realized his danger as quickly as the Tarkans. For a second or so, he remained squatting beside the fire, staring at the newcomers. Then Tyrion rushed upon the wretched creature, picked it up by the scruff of its neck, and dashed back to the stable, shouting, "Open the door!" Poggin opened it. "Go and drink your own medicine, shift," said Tyrion, and hurled the ape through into the darkness. But as the dwarf banged the door shut again, a blinding greenish-blue light shone up from the inside of the stable. The earth shook, and there was a strange noise, a clucking and screaming, as if it was the hoarse voice of some monstrous bird. The beasts moaned and howled and called out, "Tashland, hide us from him!" And many fell down, and many hid their faces in their wings or their paws. No one except Farsight the eagle, who has the best eyes of all living things, noticed the face of Rishta Tarkan at that moment. And from what Farsight saw, he knew that at once that Rishta was just as surprised and nearly as frightened as everyone else. Yeah, yeet! Honestly, best way to do that, just picks up the monkey and throws him into the stupid. There goes one, thought Farsight, who has called on gods he does not believe in. How will it be with him if they really have come? The third thing, which also happened at the same moment, was the only really beautiful thing that night. Every single talking dog in the whole meeting, there were 15 of them, came bounding and barking joyously to the king's side. They were mostly great big dogs with thick shoulders and heavy jaws. Their coming was like the breaking of a great wave on the sea beach. It nearly knocked you down, for though they were talking dogs, they were just as doggy as they could be. And they all stood up and put their front paws on the shoulders of the humans and licked their faces, all saying, "Welcome, welcome, we'll help, help. Show us how to help, show us how. It was so lovely that it made you want to cry. This at last was the sort of thing they had been hoping for, and when a moment later several little animals, mice and moles and a squirrel or so, came pattering up, squealing with joy, saying, see, we're here," and when after that the bear and the boar came too, Eustace began to feel that perhaps, after everything, After all, everything might be going to come right, but Tyrion gazed round and saw how very few of the animals had moved. To me, he called. Have you all turned cowards since I was your king? We daren't, whimpered dozens of voices. Tashlan would be angry. Shield us from Tashlan. I know, it's adorable. I'm sad. I don't recall us ever having a moment with talking dogs as like a main foci in the story. And I'm sad about it because they seem very, very excitable and adorable. Where are all the talking horses? Said Tyrion to the boar. We've seen, squealed the mice. The ape has made them work. They're all tied, down at the bottom of the hill. Then all of you little ones, said Tyrion, you nibblers and gnawers and nutcrackers, away with you as fast as you can scamper, and see if the horses are on our side. And if they are, get your teeth into the ropes and gnaw till the horses are free and bring them hither. With a good will, sir, came the small voices, and with a whisk of tails, those sharp eyes and sharp-toothed folk were off. Tyrion smiled for mere love as he saw them go, but it was already time to be thinking of other things. Rishta Tarkan was giving his orders. Forward, he said. Take all of them alive if you can, and hurl them into the stable, or drive them into it. When they are all in, we put fire to it and make them an offering to the great god Tash. Ha, said Farsight to himself, so that's how he hopes to win Tash's pardon for his unbelief. The enemy line, about half of Rishta's force, was now moving forwards, and Tyrion had barely time to give his orders. Out on the left, Jill, and try to shoot as many as you can before they reach us. Boar and Bear next to her. Poggin on my left, Eustace on my right. Hold the right wing. Jewel, stand by. Hold the right wing, Jewel. Stand by him, Puzzle, and use your hooves. Hover and strike, Farsight. You dogs, just behind us. Go in among them after swordplay has begun. Aslan, to our aid. Eustace stood with his heart beating terribly, hoping that he would be brave. He had never seen anything, though he had seen both a dragon and a sea serpent, that made his blood run so cold as that line of dark-faced, bright-eyed men. There were 15 Calormans, a talking bull of Narnia, Slinky the fox, and Raggle the satyr. Then he heard twang and zip on his left, and one Calorman fell, then twang and zip again, and the satyr was down. Oh, well done, daughter, said Tyrion's voice, and then the enemy were upon them. Eustace could never remember what happened in the next 2 minutes. It was all like a dream, the sort you have when your temperature is over 100. Until he heard Rishta Tarkin's voice calling out from a distance, Retire! Back hither and reform! Then Eustace came to his senses and saw the Calormans scampering back to their friends, but not all of them. 2 lay dead, pierced by Jewel's horn, one by Tyrion's sword. The fox lay dead at his own feet, and he wondered if it was he who killed it. The bull also was down, shot through the eye by an arrow from Jill and gashed in his side by the boar's tusk. But the Narnian side had its losses too. 3 dogs were killed, and a 4th was hobbling behind the line on 3 legs and whimpering. The bear lay on the ground, moving feebly. Then it mumbled in its throaty voice, bewildered to the last, I don't understand. Then its big head lay down on the grass as quietly as a child going to sleep, and never moved again. In fact, the first attack had failed. Eustace didn't seem able to be glad about it. He was so terribly thirsty, and his arm ached so. As the defeated Calormans went back to their commander, the dwarves began jeering at them. Had enough, they yelled. Don't you like it? Why don't you and your great Tarkans go and fight himself instead of sending you to be killed? Dwarves, cried Tyrion, come here and use your swords, not your tongues. There is still time. Dwarves of Narnia, you can fight well, I know. Come back to your allegiance. Yeah, sneered the dwarves. Not likely. You're just as big humbugs as the other lot. We don't want any kings. The dwarves are for the dwarves. Boo! Then the drum began. Not a dwarf drum this time, but a bull's hide, Calorman drum. The children from the very first hated that sound. Boom, boom, ba-ba-boom, it went. But they would have hated it far worse if they had known what it meant. Tyrion did. It meant that there were other Calorman troops somewhere near that Rishta Tarkan was calling to his aid. Tyrion and Jewel looked at one another sadly. They had just begun to hope that they might win that night, but it would all be over with them if new enemies appeared. Tyrion gazed despairingly round. Several Narnians were standing with the Callermans, whether through treachery or an honest fear of Tashlan. Others were sitting still, staring, not likely to join either side. But there were fewer animals now. The crowd was much smaller. Clearly, several of them had just crept quietly away during the fighting. Boom, boom, baba boom, went the horrible drum. Then another sound began to mix with it. Listen, said Jewel, and then, looks, Lord, my goodness, whatever, said Farsight. A moment later, there was no doubt what it was. With a thunder of hooves, with tossing heads, widened nostrils, and waving manes, over a score of talking horses of Narnia came charging up the hill. The gnawers and nibblers had done their work. Poggin the dwarf and the children opened their mouths to cheer, but that cheer never came. Suddenly, the air was full of the sound of twanging bowstrings and hissing arrows. It was the dwarves who were shooting, and for a moment, Jill could hardly believe her eyes. They were shooting the horses. Dwarves are deadly archers. Horse after horse rolled over. Not one of those noble beasts ever reached the king. Little swine, shrieked Eustace, dancing in his rage. Dirty, filthy, treacherous little brutes. Even Jewel said, Shall I run after those dwarfs, sire, and spit 10 of them on my horns at each plunge? But Tyrion, with his face as stern as stone, said, Stand fast, Jewel. If you must weep, sweetheart, this was to Jill, turn your face aside, and see you wet not your bowstring. And peace, Eustace, do not scold like a kitchen girl. No warrior scolds. Courteous words or else hard knocks are his only language. Yeah, I know, right? But the dwarves jeered back at Eustace. That was a surprise for you, little boy, eh? Thought we were on your side, did ya? No fear. We don't want any talking horses. We don't want you to win any more than the other gang. You can't take us in. The dwarves are for the dwarves. Rishta Tarkan was still talking to his men, doubtless making arrangements for the next attack, and probably wishing he had sent his whole force into the first. The drum boomed on. Then, to their horror, Tyrion and his friends heard, far fainter, as if from a long way off, an answering drum. Another body of Callermans had heard Rishta's signal and was coming to support them. You would not have known from Tyrion's face that he had now given up hope. Listen, he whispered in a matter-of-fact voice. We must attack now, before yonder miscreants are strengthened by their friends. Bethink you, sire, said Poggin, that here we have the good wooden wall of the stable at our backs. If we advance, shall we not be encircled and get sword points between our shoulders? I would say as you do, dwarf, said Tyrion, were it not their very plan to force us into the stable. The farther we are from its deadly door, the better. The king is right, said Farsight. Away from this accursed stable, and whatever goblin lives inside it at all costs. Yes, do let's, said Eustace. I'm coming to hate the very sight of it. Good, said Tyrion. Now look yonder to our left. You see a great rock that gleams white like marble in the firelight. First we will fall upon those Callermans. You, maiden, shall move out on our left and shoot as fast as ever you may into their ranks, and you, eagle, fly at their faces from the right. Meanwhile, we others will be charging them. When we are so close, Jill, that you can no longer shoot at them for fear of striking us, go back to that white rock and wait. You others, keep your ears wide, even in the fight. Oh my God. Keep your ears wide, even in the fighting. We must put them to flight in a few minutes, or else not at all, for we are fewer than they. As soon as I call back, then rush to join Jill at the White Rock, where we shall have protection behind us and can breathe a while. Now be off, Jill. Feeling terribly alone, Jill ran out about 20 feet, put her right leg back and her left leg forwards, and set an arrow to her string. She wished her hands were not shaking so. That's a rotten shot, she said, as her first arrow sped towards the enemy and flew over their heads. But she had another one on the string next moment. She knew that speed was what mattered. She saw something big and black darting into the faces of the Callerman. That was Farsight. First one man and then another dropped his sword and put up both hands to defend his eyes. Then one of her own arrows hit a man and another hit a Narnian wolf who had, it seemed, joined the enemy. But she had been shooting only for a few seconds when she had to stop. With a flash of swords and one of the boar's tusks and Jewel's horn, and with a deep braying from the dogs, Tyrion and his party were rushing on their enemies, like men in 100 yards race. Jill was astonished to see how unprepared the Kellermen seemed to be. She did not realize that this was the result of our work and the eagles. Very few troops can keep on looking steadily to their front if they are getting arrows in their faces from one side and being pecked by an eagle on the other. Well done, shouted Jill. The king's party was cutting their way right into the enemy. The unicorn was tossing men as you would toss hay on a fork. Even Eustace seemed to Jill, who after all didn't know very much about swordsmanship, to be fighting brilliantly. The dogs were at the Kellermen's throats. It was going to work. It was victory at last. With a horrible, cold shock, Jill noticed a strange thing. Though Kellermen were fighting at each Narnian sword stroke, though Kellermen were falling, they never seemed to get any fewer. In fact, there are actually more of them now than when this fight began. There were more every second. They were running up from every side. They were new Kellermans. These new ones had spears. There was such a crowd of them that she could hardly see her own friends. Then she heard Tyrion's voice crying, "Back to the rock!" The enemy had been reinforced. The drum had done its work. Chapter 12. Through the Stable Door. Jill ought to have been back at the White Rock already, but she had quite forgotten that part of her orders in the excitement of watching the fight. Now she remembered. She turned at once and ran to it, and arrived there barely a second before the others. It thus happened that all of them, for a moment, had their backs to the enemy. They all wheeled round the moment they reached it. A terrible sight met their eyes. A Kellerman was running towards the stable door, carrying something that kicked and struggled. As he came between them and the fire, they could clearly see both the shape of the man and the shape of what it carried. It was Eustace. Right? Why aren't you shooting? They probably fucking left. Tyrion and the unicorn rushed out to rescue him, but the Kellerman was now far nearer the door than they. Before they had covered half the distance, he had flung Eustace in and shut the door on him. Half a dozen more Kellermen had run up behind him. They formed a line on the open space before the stable. There was no getting in it now. Even then, Jill remembered to keep her face turned aside, well away from her bow. "Even if I can't stop blubbering, I won't get my string wet," she said. "Where arrows?" said Poggin suddenly. Everyone ducked and pulled his helmet well over his nose. The dogs crouched behind. But though a few arrows came their way, it soon became clear that they were not being shot at. Griffel and the dwarves were at their archery again. This time, they were coolly shooling at the Kellerman. There you go. "Keep it up, boys," came the Griffel's voice. "All together. Carefully. We don't want any darkies any more than we want monkeys or lions or kings. The dwarves are for the dwarves." Whatever else you may say about dwarves, no one can say they aren't brave. They could easily have gotten away with some safe place. They preferred to stay and kill as many of both sides as they could, except when both sides were kind enough to save them the trouble by killing one another. They wanted Narnia for their own. What perhaps they had not taken into account was that the Kellermans were mail-clad, and the horses had also had protection. Also, the Kellermans had a leader. Rishta Tarkin's voice cried out, 30 of you, keep watch on those fools by the White Rock. The rest, after me. We may teach these sons of Earth a lesson." Tyrion and his friend, still panting with the fight and thankful for a few minutes' rest, stood and looked on while Tarkins led his men against the dwarves. It was a strange scene by now. The fire had sunk lower. The light it gave was now less than that of a darker red. As far as one could see, the whole place of assembly was now empty except for the dwarves and the Kellermans. In that light, one couldn't make out much of what was happening. It sounded as if the dwarves were putting up a good fight. Tyrion could hear Griffel using dreadful language, and every now and then the Tarkin calling, "Take all you can alive. Take them alive." Whatever that fight may have been like, it did not last long. The noise of it died away. Then Jill saw the Tarkin coming back to the stable. 11 men following him, dragging 11 bound dwarves. Whether the others had been killed or whether some of them had got away was never known. "Throw them into the shrine of Tash," said Rishta Tarkin. And when the 11 dwarves, one after another, had been flung or kicked into the dark doorway and the door had been shut again, He bowed low to the stable and said, These also are for thy burnt offering, Lord Tash. And all the Kellermans banged the flats of their swords and their shields and shouted, Tash, 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 the great god Tash, inexorable Tash. There was no nonsense about Tashland now. The little party by the White Rock watched these doings and whispered to one another. They had found a trickle of water coming down the rock and had all drunk eagerly, Jill and Poggin and the king in their hands, while the 4-footed ones lapped from the little pool which was made at the foot of the stone. Such was their thirst that it seemed the most delicious drink they had ever had in their lives, and while they were drinking, they were perfectly happy. They could not think of anything else. I feel it in my bones, said Poggin, that we shall all, one by one, pass through that dark door before morning. I can think of 100 deaths I would rather have died. It is indeed a grim door, said Tyrion. It is more like a mouth. Oh, can't we do anything to stop it? Said Jill in a shaken voice. Nay, fair friend, said Joel, nosing her gently. It may be for us the door to Aslan's country, and we shall step up at his table tonight. Oh, we shall sup at his table tonight. Rishta Tarkan turned his back on the stable and walked slowly to a place in front of the White Rock. Hearken, he said. If the boar and the dogs and the unicorn will come over to me and put themselves in my mercy, their lives shall be spared. The boar shall go to a cage in the Tisrock's garden, the dogs to the Tisrock's kennels, and the unicorn, when I have sawn its horn off, shall draw a cart. But the eagle, the children, and he who is the king shall be offered to Tash this night. The only answer was growls. Get on, warriors, said the Tarkan. Kill the beasts, but take the 2-legged ones alive. And then the last battle of the last king of Narnia began. What made it hopeless, even apart from the numbers of the enemy, was the spears. The Calormans, who had been with the ape almost from the beginning, had had no spears. That was because they had come into Narnia by 1s and 2s, pretending to be peaceful merchants, and of course they had carried no spears, for a spear is not a thing you can hide. The new ones must have come in later, after the ape was already strong and they could march openly. The spears made all the difference. With a long spear you can kill a boar before you are in reach of his tusks, and a unicorn before you are in reach of his horns, if you are very quick and keep your head. And now the leveled spears were closing in on Tyrion and his last friends. Next minute they were all fighting for their lives. In a way, it wasn't quite so bad as you might think. When you are using every muscle to the full, ducking under a spear point here, leaping over it there, lunging forwards, drawing back, wheeling round, you haven't much time to feel either frightened or sad. Tyrion knew he could do nothing for the others now. They were all doomed together. He vaguely saw the boar go down on one side of him, and Jewel fighting furiously on the other. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw, but only just saw, a big Calorman pulling Jill away somewhere by her hair. But he hardly thought about any... Oh, thank you for the heads up. How soon? Oh, okay. Oh. It's all coming to an end. Gonna get some water. ASMR water drinks. It's not making noise. This is the quality content y'all want. Oh. We're so close to the end. I'm actually genuinely going to try to finish this tonight. I think maybe. Yeah. Yeah, let's go. It feels, maybe it's just the pacing, but this definitely feels like a shorter book than the other ones. I guess it's a little shorter. Binge, binge, binge. Let me look, because I can actually compare the thickness of them. Where are we? Horse and His Boy. Starts here and ends here. And then we have Prince Caspian, which is there. The Voyage of the Dawn Treader here. I don't have enough fingers for this. Silver Chair is here. And then we have the start of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Here we go. Let's see, which one of these is thicker? They're all very comparable. My fingers, I don't have enough for this. Okay. Okay. For sure, whatever this one is the shortest. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. So the thinnest one grouping is the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. The next is definitely The Last Battle. And then, what do we got here? I'd say it's probably, actually, The Magician's Nephew and The Last Battle are pretty close in size. And then we have these ones. I'd say next thickest is whatever this one is. Ugh. Prince Caspian, okay. And then getting hard to judge these, they're pretty close. I think whatever this one is, the Silver Chair, and then we have the last two really thicker ones, which I can barely tell. I would like to say that The Horse and His Boy and then The Voyage of the Dawn Treader, probably the two thickest ones. So yeah, you're right. Nice memory. But they're so close that honestly, if you counted them, oh yeah, it's true. With half the math. Let's see, The Horse and His Boy. Let's open this up again. To the end of this one. Here. And then the Silver Chair starts here and ends here. Okay. And you can go to the beginning of these. Okay. So The Horse and His Boy starts at 205 and ends at 304, so roughly 100 of these pages. Like 99. Yeah, 99. And this one starts at 549 and ends at 656. So the Silver Chair is like 4 or 5 pages longer. Like literally. Yeah, I've got like we got 2 giant books called The Chronicles of Narnia. They're just like massive. So I've just been reading from with one bookmark. Yeah. I had at least, you know, like when I was younger, I had the collection of books all separate, but that was before I got away, before stuff happened. So most of the things that I had from my childhood, I just don't have anymore. So But we found this one at like I think it was like a Goodwill or some sort of like a thrift store thing. They had like a huge book section, and I just like saw you just see like the lion here, and it just says Narnia in gold lettering down the back, and I'm like, yes, give it to me. Okay, so anyways, where were we? Get on warriors, kill the beasts, ducking spear points. Pulling Jill away. His only thought was how to sell his life as dearly as he could. The worst of it was that he couldn't keep to this position in which he had started under the White Rock. A man who is fighting a dozen enemies at once must take his chances wherever he can, must dart in where he sees an enemy's breast or neck unguarded. In very few strokes, this may get you quite a distance from the spot where you began. Tyrion soon found that he was getting farther and farther to the right, nearer to the stable. He had a vague idea in his mind that there was some good reason for keeping away from it, but he couldn't now remember what the reason was, and anyway, he couldn't help it. All at once, everything became quite clear. He found he was fighting the Tarkan himself. The bonfire, which was left of it, was staring straight in front. He was in fact fighting in the very doorway of the stable, for it had been opened and 2 Calormen were holding the door, ready to slam it shut the moment he was inside. He remembered everything now, and he realized the enemy had been edging him to the stable on purpose ever since the fight began. And while he was thinking this, he was still fighting the Tarkan as hard as he could. A new idea came into Tyrion's head. He dropped his sword, darted forwards, and in under the sweep of the Tarkan's scimitar, seized his enemy by his belt with both hands and jumped back into the stable, shouting, "Come and meet Tash yourself." There was a deafening noise. Nice. There was a deafening noise, and when the ape had been flung in, the earth shook and there was a blinding light. The Calormen soldiers outside screamed, "Tash! Tash!" and banged the door. If Tash wanted their own captain, Tash must have him. They, at any rate, did not want to meet Tash. For a moment or two, Tyrion did not know where he was, or even who he was. When he steadied himself, blinked, he looked around. It was not dark inside the stable, as he expected. He was in a strong light. That was why he was blinking. He turned to look at Rishta Tarkan, but Rishta was not looking at him. Rishta gave a great wail and pointed. Then he put his hands before his face and fell flat, face downwards on the ground. Tyrion looked in the direction of where Tarkan had pointed, and then he understood. A terrible figure was coming towards them. It was far smaller than the shape they had seen from the tower, though still much bigger than a man. And it was the same. It had a vulture's head and 4 arms. Its beak was open and his eyes blazed. A croaking voice came from its beak. "Thou hast called me into Narnia, Rishta Tarkan. Here I am. What hast thou to say?" But the Tarkan neither lifted his face from the ground nor said a word. He was shaking like a man with a bad hiccup. He was brave enough in battle, but half his courage had left him earlier that night when he first began to suspect that there might be a real Tash. The rest of it had left him now. With a sudden jerk, like a hen stooping to pick up a worm, Tash pounced on the miserable Rishta and tucked him under the upper of his 2 right arms. There we go. Then Tash turned his head sideways to fix Tyrion with one of his terrible eyes, for of course, having a bird's head, he couldn't look at him straight. But immediately from behind Tash, strong and calm as the summer sea, a voice said, "Begone, monster, and take your lawful prey to your own place, in the name of Aslan and Aslan's great father, the emperor over the sea." The hideous creature vanished, with the Tarkan still under its arm, and Tyrion turned to see who had spoken. And what he saw set his heart beating as it had never beaten in any fight. 7 kings and queens stood before him, all with crowns on their heads and all in glittering clothes, but the kings were fine mail as well and had their swords drawn in their hands. Tyrion bowed courteously and was about to speak when the youngest of the queens laughed. He stared hard at her face and then gasped with amazement, for he knew her. It was Jill. But not Jill as he had last seen her, with her face in dirt and tears and an old drill dress half spilling off one shoulder. Now she looked cool and fresh, fresh as if she had just come from bathing. And at first he thought she looked older, but then didn't. He could never make up his mind on that point. And then he saw that the youngest of the kings was Eustace, but he was also changed as Jill had changed. Yeah. Tyrion suddenly felt awkward about coming about among these people with the blood and dust and sweat of a battle still on him. The next moment he realized that he was not in that state at all. He was fresh and cool and clean, and dressed in such clothes that he would have worn for a great feast at Cair Paravel. But in Narnia, your good clothes were never your uncomfortable ones. They knew how to make things that felt beautiful as well as looking beautiful in Narnia. And there was no such thing as starch or flannel or elastic to be found from one end of the country to the other. "Sire," said Jill, coming forwards and making a beautiful curtsy, "let me make you known to Peter, the High King of over all kings in Narnia." Tyrion had no need to ask which was the High King, for he remembered his face, though here it was far nobler from his dream. He stepped forwards, sank to one knee, and kissed Peter's hand. "High King," he said, "you are welcome to me." And the High King raised him and kissed him on both cheeks, as a High King should. Then he led him to the eldest of the queens, but even she was not old, and there was no gray hairs on her head and no wrinkles on her cheek, and said, "Sire, this is that Lady Polly who came into Narnia on the first day, when Aslan made the trees grow and the beasts talk." He brought him next to a man whose golden beard flowed over his breast and whose face was full of wisdom. "And this," he said, "is Lord Diggory, who was with her on that day. And this is my brother, King Edmund, and this is my sister, Queen Lucy." "Sire," said Tyrion, when he had greeted all these, "if I had read the chronicles aright, there should be another. Has not your majesty two sisters? Where is Queen Susan?" "My sister Susan," answered Peter shortly and gravely, "is no longer a friend of Narnia." "Yes," said Eustace. 1 second. "Right. Yes," said Eustace, "and whenever you tried to get her to come and talk about Narnia or do anything about Narnia, she said, 'What wonderful memories you have. Fancy you're still thinking about all those funny games we used to play when we were children.'" "Oh, Susan," said Jill. "She's interested in nothing nowadays except nylons and lipstick and invitations. She's always was a jolly sight too keen on being grown up." "Grown up indeed," said Lady Polly. "I wish she would grow up. She wasted all her school time wanting to be the age she is now, and then she'll waste all the rest of her life trying to stay that age. Her whole idea is to race on to the silliest time of one's life as quick as one can, and then stop there as long as she can." "Well, let's talk about that now," said Peter. "Look, here are lovely fruit trees. Let us taste them." And then for the first time, Tyrion looked about him and realized how very queer this adventure was. Right? They did Susan dirty in this. But I mean, they were kind of also hinting at it, because in a lot of the other books, Susan was always like starting to get to the point of being more contrary whenever it came to Aslan and stuff, and more wanting to get back home rather than stay in the land. There have been essays written? Oh, no way. I'm sorry, I should focus on this. Sorry. Chapter 13, How the Dwarves Refused to be Taken In. Tyrion had thought, or he would have thought if he had had time to think at all, that they were inside a little thatched stable about 12 feet long and 6 feet wide. In reality, they stood on grass. The deep blue sky was overhead, and the air which blew gently on their faces was that of a day in early summer. Not far away from them rose a grove of trees, thickly leaved, but under every leaf there peeped out the gold or faint yellow of purple, of glowing red, of fruits such as no one has seen in our world. Excuse me. The fruit made Tyrion feel that it must be autumn, but there was something in the feel of the air that told him it could not be later than June. They all moved towards the trees. Everyone raised his hand to pick the fruit he best liked the look of, and then everybody paused for a second. This fruit was so beautiful that each felt, "It can't be meant for me. Surely we're not allowed to pluck it. It's all right, said Peter. I know what you're thinking, but I am sure, quite sure, we needn't. If I have a feeling we've got to the country where everything is allowed. Yeah, why didn't Aslan scream to the thingy to leave? Why is nobody mentioning Aslan suddenly? It feels a bit weird. Where'd Aslan go? This feels really weird. I guess, here goes then, said Eustace, and they all began to eat. What was the fruit like? Unfortunately, no one can describe its taste. Yes, you can. All I can say is that compared with those fruits, the freshest grapefruit you've ever eaten was dull, and the juiciest orange was dry, and the most melting pear was hard and woody. And you mean like the ones in the stores now? Hard and woody. And the sweetest wild strawberries was sour, and there was no seeds or stones and no wasps. If you had once eaten that fruit, all the nicest things in the world would taste like medicines after it, but I can't describe it. You can't find out what it is like unless you can get to that country and taste it for yourself. When they had eaten enough, Eustace said to the king, Peter, you haven't yet told us how you got here. You were just going to when King Ceequin turned up. There's not much to tell, said Peter. Edmund and I were standing on the platform, and we saw your train coming in. I remember thinking it was taking the bend too fast, and I remember thinking how funny it was that our people were probably in the same train, though Lucy didn't know about it. Your people, High King, said Tyrion. I mean my father and mother, Edmund and Lucy's and all mine. Why were they? Said Jill. You don't mean to say they knew about Narnia? Oh, no. It had nothing to do with Narnia. They were on their way to Bristol. I'd only heard they were going that morning, but Edmund said they'd be bound to be going by that train. Edmund was the sort of person who knows about railways. And what happened then? Said Jill. Well, it's not very easy to describe, is it, Edmund? Said the High King. Not very, said Edmund. It wasn't at all like the other time when we were pulled out of our own world by magic. There was a frightful roar, and something hit me with a bang, but it didn't hurt. And I felt not so much scared as, well, excited. Oh, and this is one queer thing. I'd had a rather sore knee from a hack at a rugger. I noticed it had suddenly gone, and I felt very light, and then here we are. It was much the same for us in the railway carriage, said Lord Diggory, wiping the last traces of the fruit from his golden beard. Only I think you and I, Polly, chiefly felt that we'd been unstiffened. You youngsters won't understand, but we stopped feeling old. Youngsters indeed, said Jill. I don't believe you two really are much older than we are here. Well, if we aren't, we have been, said Lady Polly. And what has been happening since you got here? Asked Eustace. Well, said Peter, for a long time, at least I suppose it was a long time, nothing happened. Then the door opened. The door? Said Tyrion. Yes, said Peter. The door you came in, or came out. By, have you forgotten? But where is it? Look, said Peter, and pointed. Tyrion looked and saw the queerest and most ridiculous thing you can imagine. Only a few yards away, clear to be seen in the sunlight, there stood up a rough wooden door, and round it, the framework of the doorway. Nothing else. No walls, no roof. He walked towards it, bewildered, and the others followed, watching to see what he would do. He walked round to the other side of the door, but it looked just the same from the other side. He was still in the open air, on a summer morning. The door was simply standing up by itself, as if it had grown there, like a tree. Fair sir, said Tyrion to the High King, this is a great marvel. It is the door you came through with that Calorman 5 minutes ago, said Peter, smiling. But did I not come in and out of the wood into the stable? In out of the wood, whereas this seems to be a door leading from nowhere to nowhere. It looks that if you walk around it, said Peter, but put your eye to that place where there is a crack between two of the planks and look through. Tyrion put his eye to the hole. At first he could see nothing but blackness. Then his eyes grew used to it and saw the dull red glow of a bonfire that was nearly going out. And above that, in a black sky, stars. Then he could see dark figures moving about or standing between him and the fire. He could hear them talking, and their voices were like those of Calorman's. so he knew that he was looking out through the stable door into the darkness of Lantern Waste, where he had fought his last battle. The men were discussing whether to go in and look for Rishta Tarkan, but none of them wanted to do that, or to set fire to the stable. He looked round again, and he could hardly believe his eyes. There was the blue sky overhead, and grassy country spreading as far as he could see in every direction, and his new friends all around him laughing. "It seems, then," said Tyrion, smiling to himself, "that the stable seen from within and the stable seen from without are two different places." "Yes," said Diggory. Its inside is bigger than its outside." "Yes," said Queen Lucy. "In our world, too, the stable once had something inside it that was bigger than our whole world." It was the first time she had spoken, and from the thrill of her voice, Tyrion now knew why. She was drinking everything in even more deeply than the others. She had been too happy to speak. He wanted to hear her speak again, so he said, "Of your courtesy, madam, tell on. Tell me your whole adventure." "After the shock and noise," said Lucy, "we found ourselves here, and we wondered at the door as you did. Then the door opened for the first time. We saw darkness through the doorway when it did, and there came through a big man with a naked sword. We saw by his arms that he was a Calorman. He took his stand beside the door with his sword raised, resting on his shoulder, ready to cut down anyone who came through. We went to him and spoke to him, but we thought he could neither see nor hear us, and he never looked around at the sky and the sun and the grass. I think he couldn't see them either. So then we waited a long time. Then we heard the bolt being drawn on the other side of the door, but the man did not get ready to strike with a sword till he could see who was coming in. So we supposed he had been told to strike some and spare others. But at that very moment when the door opened, all of a sudden Tash was there on this side of the door. None of us saw where he came from, and through the door there came a big cat. It gave one look at Tash and ran for its life, just in time, for he pounced at it and the door hit its beak as it was shut. The man could see Tash. He turned very pale and bowed down before the monster, but it vanished away. Then we waited a long time again. At last the door opened for a third time, and there came a young Calorman. I liked him. The sentinel at the door started and looked very surprised. When he saw him, I think he'd been expecting someone quite different. "I see it now," said Eustace. He had the bad habit of interrupting stories. The cat was to go in first, and the sentry had orders to do him no harm. Then the cat was to come out and say he'd seen the beastly Tashlan, and pretend to be frightened so as to scare the other animals. He had bigger on the inside, like the wardrobe. But what Shift never guessed was the real Tash would turn up, so Ginger came out really frightened. And after that, Shift would send in anyone he wanted to get rid of, and the sentry would kill them, and... "Friend," said Tyrion softly, "you hinder the lady in her tale." "Well," said Lucy, "the sentry was surprised. That gave the other man just time to get on guard. They had a fight. He killed the sentry and flung him outside the door. Then he came walking slowly forward to where we were. He could see us and everything else. We tried to talk to him, but he was rather like a man in a trance. He kept on saying, 'Tash, Tash, where's Tash? I'd go to Tash.' So we gave up, and he went away somewhere. Over there. I liked him. And after that..." Lucy made a face. "After that, Edmund," said Edmund, "someone flung a monkey through the door, and Tash was there again. My sister is so tender-hearted, she doesn't like to tell you what Tash made one peck and the monkey was gone." "Serves him right," said Eustace. "All the same, I hope you'll disagree with Tash, too." The monkey got freaking ate. "And after that," said Edmund, "came about a dozen dwarves, and then Jill and Eustace and the last of yourself." "I hope Tash ate the dwarves too," said Eustace. "Little swine." "No, he didn't," said Lucy. "And don't be horrid, they're still here. In fact, you can see them from here. And I've tried and tried to make friends with them, but it's no use." "Friends with them?" cried Eustace. "If you knew how those dwarves have been behaving." "Oh, stop it, Eustace," said Lucy. "Do come and see them. King Tyrion, perhaps you could do something with them." "I can feel no great loves for dwarves today," said Tyrion. "Yet, at your asking, lady, I would do a greater thing than this." He likes Lucy. It's pretty obvious. Lucy led the way, and soon they could see all the dwarves. They had a very odd look. They weren't strolling about or enjoying themselves, although the cords with which they had been tied seemed to have vanished. Nor were they lying down and having a rest. They were sitting very close together in a little circle facing one another. They never looked round or took any notice of the humans till Lucy and Tyrion were almost near enough to touch them. Then the dwarves all cocked their heads as if they couldn't see anyone, but were listening hard and trying to guess by the sound what was happening. "Look out," one of them said in a surly voice. "Mind where you're going. Don't walk into our faces." "All right," said Eustace indignantly. "We're not blind. We've got eyes in our heads." "They must be darn good ones if you can see and hear," said the same dwarf whose name was Diggle. "In where?" said Edmund. "Why, you bonehead, in here, of course," said Diggle. "This pitch-black, poky, smelly little hole of a stable." "Are you blind?" said Tyrion. "Aren't we all blind in the dark?" said Diggle. "But it isn't dark, you poor stupid dwarf," said Lucy. "Can't you see? Look up. Look round. Can't you see the sky and the trees and the flowers? Can't you see me?" "How in the name of all humbug can I see what ain't there? And how can I see you any more than you can see me in this pitch darkness?" "But I can see you," said Lucy. "I'll prove it. I can see you. You've got a pipe in your mouth." "Anyone that knows the smell of bacon can tell that," said Diggle. "Oh, the poor things. This is dreadful," said Lucy. Then she had an idea. She stopped and picked some wild violets. "Listen, dwarf," she said. "Even if your eyes are wrong, perhaps your nose is all right. Can you smell that?" She leant across and held the fresh, damp flowers to Diggle's ugly nose, but she had to jump back quickly in order to avoid a blow from his hard little fist. "None of that," he shouted. "How dare you? What do you mean by shoving a lot of filthy stable litter in my face? There was a thistle in it, too. It's like your sauce. And who are you, anyway?" "Earthman," said Tyrion. "She is the Queen Lucy, sent hither by Aslan out of the deep past, and it is for her sake that I, Tyrion, your lawful king, do not cut all your heads from your shoulders, proved and twice proved traitors that you are." "Well, if that doesn't beat everything," said Diggle. "How can you go on talking all that rot? Your wonderful lion didn't come and help you, did he? Thought not. And now, even now, when you have been beaten and shoved into this black hole, just the same as the rest of us, you're still at your old game, starting a new lie, trying to make us believe trying to make us believe we're none of us shut up, and it ain't dark, and heavens knows what." "There is no black hole, save in your own fancy, fool," cried Tyrion. "Come out of it." And leaning forwards, he caught Diggle by the belt and the hood and swung him right out of the circle of dwarves. But the moment Tyrion put him down, Diggle darted back to his place among the others, rubbing his nose and howling, "Ow, ow, what'd you do that for? Banging my face against the wall. You nearly broke my nose." "Oh dear," said Lucy. "What are we to do for them?" "Let him alone," said Eustace. But as he spoke, the earth trembled, the sweet air grew suddenly sweeter, and a brightness flashed behind them. All turned. Tyrion turned last because he was afraid. There stood his heart's desire, huge and real, the golden lion. Aslan himself, and already the others were kneeling in a circle round his forepaws and burying their hands and faces in his mane as he stooped his great head to touch them with his tongue. Then he fixed his eyes upon Tyrion, and Tyrion came nearer, trembling, and flung himself at the lion's feet, and the lion kissed him and said, "Well done, last king of Narnia, who stood firm at the darkest hour." "Aslan," said Lucy through her tears, will you do something for these poor dwarves?" "Dearest," said Aslan, "I will show you both what I can and what I cannot do." He came close to the dwarves and gave a low growl. Low, but it set all the air shaking. But the dwarves said to one another, "Hear that? That's the gang on the other side of the stable, trying to frighten us. They do it with a machine of some kind. Don't take any notice. They won't take us in again." Aslan raised his head and shook his mane. Instantly, a glorious feast appeared on the dwarves' knees. Pies and tongues and pigeons and trifles and ices, and each dwarf had a goblet of good wine in his right hand. But it wasn't much use. They began eating and drinking greedily enough, but it was clear that they couldn't taste it properly. They thought they were eating and drinking only the sort of things you might find in a stable. One said he was trying to eat hay, another said he had got a bit of an old turnip, and a third said he found a raw cabbage leaf. and they raised their golden goblets of rich red wine to their lips and said, "Ugh, fancy drinking dirty water out of a trough that a donkey's been at. Never thought we'd come to this." But very soon every dwarf began suspecting that every other dwarf had found something nicer than he had, and they started grabbing and snatching and went on to quarreling, till in a few minutes there was a free fight, and all the good food was smeared on their faces and clothes or trodden underfoot. But when at last they sat down to nurse their black eyes and their bleeding noses, they all said, "Well, at any rate, there's no humbug here. We haven't let anyone take us in. The dwarves are for the dwarves." You see, said Aslan, "they will not let us help them. They have chosen cunning instead of belief. Their prison is only in their own minds. Yet they are in that prison, and so afraid of being taken in that they cannot be taken out. But come, children, I have other work to do." He went to the door, and they all followed him. He raised his head and roared, "Now it is time." Then louder, "Time," and so loud that it could have shaken the stars. "Time." The door flew open. Chapter 14. Night falls on Narnia. They all stood beside Aslan on his right side and looked through the open doorway. The bonfire was gone out. On the earth all was blackness. In fact, you could not have told you were looking into a wood if you had not seen Aslan had roared yet again. Out of their left they saw another black shape. That is, they saw another patch where there were no stars, and the patch rose up higher and higher and became the shape of a man, the hugest of all giants. They all knew Narnia well enough to work out where he must be standing. He must be on the high moorlands that stretch away to the north beyond the river Scribble. Then Jill and Eustace remembered how once long ago, in the deep caves beneath those moors, they had seen a great giant asleep and been told that his name was Father Time, and that he would wake on the day the world ended. "Yes," said Aslan, though they had not spoken. "While he lay dreaming, his name was Time. Now that he is awake, he will have a new one." Then the great giant raised a horn to his mouth. They could see this by the change of the black shape he had made against the stars. After that, quite a bit later, because sound travels so slowly, they heard the sound of the horn, high and terrible, yet of a strange, deadly beauty. Immediately the sky became full of shooting stars. Even one shooting star is a fine thing to see, but there were dozens, and then scores, and then hundreds, till it was like silver rain, and it went on, and when it had gone on for some time, one or two of them began to think that there was another dark shape against the sky as well as the giants. It was in a different place, right overhead, up in the very roof of the sky, as you might call it. Perhaps it's a cloud, thought Edmund. At any rate, there were no stars there, just blackness. But all around, the downpour of stars went on, and then the starless patch began to grow, spreading further and further out from the center of the sky, and presently a quarter of the whole sky was black, and then a half, and at last the rain of shooting stars was going on only low down near the horizon. With a thrill of wonder, and there was some terror in it too, they all suddenly realized what was happening. The spreading blackness was not a cloud at all. It was simply emptiness. The black part of the sky was the part in which there were no stars left. All the stars were falling. Aslan had called them home. The last few seconds before the rain of stars had quite ended was very exciting. Stars began falling all around them. But stars in that world are not the great flaming globes they are in ours. They are people. Edmund and Lucy had once met one. So now they found showers of glittering people, all with long hair like burning silver and spears like white-hot metal, rushing down to them out of the black air, swifter than falling stones. They made hissing noises as they landed and burnt the grass, and all these stars glided past them and stood somewhere behind, a little to the right. This was a great advantage, because otherwise, now that there were no stars in the sky, everything would have been completely dark and you could have seen nothing. As it was, the crowd of stars behind them cast a fierce white light over their shoulders. They could see mile upon mile of Narnian wood spread out before them now, looking as if they were floodlit. Every bush, and almost every blade of grass had its black shadow behind it. The edge of every leaf stood out so sharp that you'd think you could cut your finger on it. On the grass before them lay their own shadows, but the great thing was Aslan's shadow. It streamed away to the left, enormous and very terrible, and all this was under a sky that would now be starless forever. The light from behind them, and a little to their right, was so strong that it lit up even the slopes of the northern moors. Something was moving there. Enormous animals were crawling and sliding down into Narnia. Great dragons and giant lizards and featherless birds with wings like bats' wings. They disappeared into the woods, and for a few minutes there was silence. Then there came, at first from very far off, sounds of wailings, and then from every direction a rustling and a pattering and a sound of wings. It came nearer and nearer. Soon one could distinguish the scamper of little feet from the padding of big paws, and the clack-clack of light little hooves from the thunder of great ones. And then one could see thousands of pairs of eyes gleaming, and at last, out of the shadow of the trees, racing up the hill for dear life, by thousands and by millions, came all kinds of creatures. Talking beasts, dwarves, satyrs, fauns, giants, calormens, men from Archenland, monopods, and strange unearthly things from the remote islands or the unknown western lands. And all these ran up to the doorway where Aslan stood. This part of the adventure was the only one which seemed rather like a dream at the time, and rather hard to remember properly afterwards. Especially one couldn't say how long it had taken. Sometimes it seemed to have lasted only a few minutes, but at others it felt as if it might have gone for years. Obviously, unless either the door had grown very much larger, or the creatures had suddenly grown as small as gnats, a crowd like that couldn't ever have tried to get through it. But no one thought about that sort of thing at the time. The creatures came rushing on, their eyes brighter and brighter as they drew nearer and nearer to the standing stars. But as they came right up to Aslan, one or another of these things happened to each of them. They all looked straight at his face. I don't think they had any choice about that. When some looked, the expression on their faces changed terribly. It was fear and hatred, except that, on the faces of the talking beasts, the fear and hatred lasted only for a fraction of a second. It could see that they suddenly ceased to be talking beasts. They were just ordinary animals, and all the creatures who looked at Aslan in that way swerved to the right, his left, and disappeared into the huge black shadow which, as you have heard, streamed away to the left of the doorway. The children never saw them again. I don't know what became of them, but the others looked in the face of Aslan and loved him, though some of them were very frightened at the same time, and all of these came in at the door, in on Aslan's right. Then there were some queer specimens among them. Eustace even recognized one of those very dwarves who had helped to shoot the horses, but he had not time to wonder about that sort of thing. And anyway, it was no business of his, for a great joy put everything else out of his head. Among the happy creatures, who now came crowding round Tyrion and his friends, were all those whom they had thought dead. There was Runewit the centaur, and Jewel the unicorn, and the good boar and the good bear, and Farsight the eagle, and the dear dogs and horses, and Poggin the dwarf. Further in and higher up, cried Runewit, and thundered away in at a gallop to the west. And though they did not understand him, the words somehow set them tingling all over. The boar grunted at them cheerfully. The bear was just going to mutter that he didn't understand, when he caught sight of the fruit trees behind them. He waddled on to those trees as fast as he could, and there, no doubt, found something he understood very well. But the dogs remained wagging their tails, and Poggin remained shaking hands with everyone and grinning all over his honest face. And Jewel leaned his snowy white head over King's shoulder, and the king whispered in Jewel's ear. Then everyone turned his attention again to what could be seen through the doorway. The dragons and giant lizards now had Narnia to themselves. They went to and fro, tearing up the trees by the roots and crunching them up as if they were sticks of rhubarb. Minute by minute, the forests disappeared. The whole country became bare, and you could see all sorts of things about its shape, all little humps and hollows which you had never noticed before. The grass died. Soon Tyrion found that he was looking at a world of bare rock and earth. You could hardly believe that anything had ever lived there. The monsters themselves grew old and lay down and died. Their flesh shriveled up and the bones appeared. Soon there were only huge skeletons that lay here and there on the dead rocks, looking as if they had died thousands of years ago. But for a long time everything was still. At last something white, a long level line of whiteness that gleamed in the light of the standing stars, came moving towards them from the eastern end of the world. A widespread noise broke the silence, first a murmur, and then a rumble, then a roar. And now they could see what it was that was coming, and how fast it came. It was a foaming wall of water. The sea was rising. In that treeless world, you could see it very well. You could see all the rivers getting wider, and the lakes getting larger, and separate lakes joining into one, and valleys turning into new lakes, and hills turning into islands, and those islands vanishing. And the high moors to their left and the higher mountains to the right crumbled and slipped down with a roar and a splash into the mounting water. And the water came swirling up to the very threshold of the doorway, but never past it, so that the foam splashed about Aslan's 4 feet. All now was level water from where they stood to where the water met the sky, and out there it began to grow light. A streak of dreary and disastrous dawn spread along the horizon, and widened and grew brighter, till in the end they hardly noticed the light of the stars who stood behind them. At last the sun came up. When it did, the Lord Diggory and the Lady Polly looked at one another and gave a little nod. These two, in a different world, had once seen a dying sun, and so they knew at once that this sun was also dying. It was 3 times 20 times as big as it ought to be, and very dark red. As its rays fell upon the great time giant, he turned red too, and in the reflection of the sun, the whole waste of shoreland waters looked like blood. Then the moon came up, quite in her wrong position, very close to the sun, and she also looked red. And at the sight of her, the sun began shooting out great flames, like whiskers or snakes of crimson fire, towards her. It was as if he was it's as if he were an octopus trying to draw her to himself in his tentacles, and perhaps he did draw her. At any rate, she came to him slowly at first, but then more and more quickly, till at last his long flames licked round her, and the two ran together and became one huge ball, like a burning coal. Great lumps of fire came dropping out of it into the sea, and clouds of steam rose up. Then Aslan said, "Now make an end." The giant threw his horn into the sea, and he stretched out one arm, very black it looked, and thousands of miles long, across the sky, till his hand reached the sun. He took the sun and squeezed in his hand as he would squeeze an orange, and instantly there was total darkness. Everyone except Aslan jumped back from the ice-cold air, which now blew through the doorway. Its edges were already covered with icicles. "Peter, High King of Narnia," said Aslan, "shut the door." I have to say, what happened to the mer people?
They're fine.
The mer people. Peter shivered with cold, leant out into the darkness, and pulled the door to. It scraped over ice as he pulled it. Then, rather clumsily, for even in that moment his hands had gone numb and blue, he took out a golden key and locked it. They had seen strange things enough to know that doorway, but it was stranger than any of them to look round and find themselves in warm daylight and blue sky above them, flowers at their feet, and laughter in Aslan's eyes. Maybe they hadn't, I guess they were close to Aslan's land with like the waterfall and stuff. Maybe they went that way? He turned swiftly round, crouched lower, lashed himself with his tail, and shot away like a golden arrow. "Come further in, come further up," he shouted over his shoulder, but who could keep up with him at that pace? They all set out walking westward to follow him. "So," said Peter, "night falls on Narnia." "What, Lucy, you're not crying? With Aslan ahead and all of us here?" "Don't try to stop me, Peter," said Lucy. "I am sure Aslan would not. I am sure it is not wrong to mourn for Narnia. Think of all that lies dead and frozen behind that door." "Yes, and I did hope," said Jill, "that it might go on forever. I knew our world couldn't, and I did think Narnia might." "I saw it begin," said the Lord Diggory. "I did not think I would live to see it die." "Sires," said Tyrion, "the ladies do well to weep. See, I do so myself. I have seen my mother's death. What world but Narnia have I ever known? It were no virtue, but great discourtesy if we did not mourn." They walked away from the door and away from the dwarves who still sat crowded round together in their imaginary stable. And as they went, they talked. I feel like maybe if the dwarves hadn't been thrown in, they wouldn't have been stuck in this like weird in-between buffer zone. But anyways. And as they went, they talked to one another about old wars and old peace and ancient kings and all the glories of Narnia. The dogs were still with them. They joined in the conversation, but not much because they were too busy racing on ahead and racing back and rushing off to sniff at smells in the grass till they made themselves sneeze. Suddenly, they picked up a scent which seemed to excite them very much. They all started arguing about it. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. That's just what I said. Anyone can smell what that is. Take your great nose out of the way and let someone else smell. What is it, cousin? Said Peter. A Kellerman, sire, said several dogs at once. I thought a bunch of Kellermans went through the door. Whatever. Lead on to him, then, said Peter. Whether he meets us in peace or war, he shall be welcome. Purgatory, yeah. The dog started on ahead and came back a moment later, running as if their lives depended on it, and barking loudly to say it really was a Kellerman. Talking dogs, just like the common ones, behave as if they thought whatever they were doing at that moment immensely important. The others followed where the dogs led them and found a young Kellerman sitting under a chestnut tree beside a clear stream of water. It was Emeth. He rose at once and bowed gravely. Sir, he said to Peter, I know not whether you are my friend or my foe, but I should count it my honor to have you for either. Has not one of the poets said that a noble friend is the best gift and a noble enemy the next best? Sir, said Peter, I do not know that there need be any war between you and us. Do tell us you are here and what's happened, who you are and what's happened to you, said Jill. If there's to be a story, let us have a drink and sit down, barked the dogs. We are quite blown. Well, of course you will be if you keep tearing about the way you've done, said Eustace. So the humans sat down on the grass, while the dogs had a very noisy drink out of the stream. They all sat down, bolt upright, panting with their tongues hanging out of their heads a little to one side to hear the story. But Jewel remained standing, polishing his horn against his side. Chapter 15. Further up and further in. Know, O warlike king, said Emeth, and you, O ladies whose beauty illuminates the universe, that I am Emeth, seventh son of Harpha Tarkan of the city of Tehishban, westward beyond the desert. I came lately into Narnia with 29 others under the command of Rishta Tarkan. Now when I first heard that we should march upon Narnia, I rejoiced, for I had heard many things of your land and desired greatly to meet you in battle. But when I found we were to go in disguise as merchants, which is a shameful dress for a warrior and the son of Tarkan, and to work by lies and trickery, then my joy departed from me. And most of all, when I found we must wait upon a monkey, and when it began to be that Tash and Aslan were one, then the world became dark in my eyes. For always since I was a boy I have served Tash, and my great desire was to know more of him, and, if might be, to look upon his face. But the name of Aslan was hateful to me. And, as you have seen, we were called together outside the straw-roofed hovel, night after night, and the fire was kindled, and the ape brought forth out of the hovel something upon 4 legs I could not well see. But the people and the beasts bowed down and did honor to it. But I thought that Tarkan is deceived by the ape, for this thing that comes out of the stable is neither Tash nor any god. But when I watched the Tarkan's face, and marked every word that he had said to the monkey, then I changed my mind, for I saw that the Tarkan did not believe in it himself, and then I understood that he did not believe in Tash at all, for if he had, how could he dare to mock him? When I understood this, a great rage fell upon me, and I wondered that the true Tash did not strike down both the monkey and the Tarkan with fire from heaven. Nevertheless, I hid my anger and held my tongue and waited to see how it would end. But last night, as some of you know, the monkey brought not forth the yellow thing, but said that all who desired to look upon Tashlan, for so they mixed the 2 words to pretend they were all one, must pass one by one into the hovel. And I said to myself, doubtless this is some other deception. But when the cat had gone in, and had come out again, madness and terror, then I said to myself, surely the true Tash, whom they called on without knowledge or belief, has now come among us, and will avenge himself. And though my heart was turned to water inside me because of the greatness and terror of Tash, yet my desire was stronger than my fear, and I put force upon my knees to stay them from trembling, and on my teeth that they should not chatter, and resolved to look upon the face of Tash, though he should slay me. So I offered myself to go into the hovel, and the Tarkan, though unwillingly, let me go. As soon as I had gone in, at the door, the first wonder was that I found myself in this great sunlight, as well we are now. And though the inside of the hovel had looked dark from the outside, but I had no time to marvel at this, for immediately I was forced to fight for my head against one of our own men. As soon as I saw him, I understood the monkey and the Tarkan had set him there to slay any who came in if he were not in their secrets. So that this man also was a liar and a mocker and no true servant of Tash. I had the better will to fight him, and having slain the villain, I cast him out behind me through the door. Then I looked out about me and saw the sky and the wide lands and smelled the sweetness. And I said, by the gods, this is a pleasant place. It may be that I came into the country of Tash, and I began to journey into the strange country and to seek him. So I went over much grass and many flowers, and among all kinds of wholesome and delectable trees, till lo, a narrow place between two rocks there came to meet me a great lion. The speed of him was like that of an ostrich, and his size was an elephant's. His hair was like pure gold, and the brightness of his eyes like gold that is liquid in the furnace. He was more terrible than the flaming mountain of Lagur, and in beauty he surpassed all that is in this world, even as the rose in bloom surpasses the dust of the desert. Then I fell at his feet and thought, surely this is the hour of death, for the lion, who is worthy of all honors, will know that I have served Tash all my days and not him. Nevertheless, it is better to see the lion and die than to be Tisroc of the world and live and not have seen him. But the glorious one bent down his golden head and touched my forehead with his tongue and said, Son, thou art welcome. But I said, Alas, Lord, I am no son of thine, but the servant of Tash. He answered, Child, all the service thou hast done to Tash, I account as service done to me. Then by reason of my great desire for wisdom and understanding, I overcame my fear and questioned the glorious one and said, Lord, is it that then true, as the ape said, that thou art Tash, thou and Tash are one? The lion growled so that the earth shook, but his wrath was not against me, and said, It is false, not because he and I are one, but because we are opposites. I take to me the servants which thou hast done to him. For I and he are of such different kinds that no service which is vile can be done to me, and none which is not vile can be done to him. Therefore, if any man swears by Tash and keeps his oath for oath's sake, it is done by me, and he has truly sworn, though he know it not. And it is I who rewards him. And if any man do cruelty in my name, then though he says the name of Aslan, it is Tash whom he serves, and by Tash his deeds is accepted. Dost thou understand, child? I said, Lord, thou knowest how much I understand. I'm sorry, I'm getting really bland in this. I can get through this. I can do this. Thou knowest how much I understand, but I said also, for the truth constrained me, yet I have been seeking Tash all my days. Beloved, said the glorious one, unless thy desires had been for me, thou wouldst not have sought so long and so truly, for all find what they truly seek. Then he breathed upon me and took away the trembling from my limbs, and caused me to stand upon my feet. And after that he said not much, but that we should meet again, and I must go farther up and farther in. Then he turned him about in a storm of flurry of gold, and was gone suddenly. And since then, O kings and ladies, I have been wandering to find him, and my happiness is so great that it even weakens me like a wound. And this is the marvel of marvels, that he called me beloved, me who am but a dog. What's that? Said one of the dogs. Sir, said Emeth, it is but a fashion of speech which we have in Calormen. Well, I can't say it's one I like very much, said the dog. He doesn't mean any harm, said an older dog. After all, we call our puppies boys when they don't behave properly. So do we, said the first dog, or girls. Shh, said the old dog. It's not a nice word to use. Remember where you are. Look, said Jill suddenly. Someone was coming rather timidly to meet them, a graceful creature on 4 feet, all silvery gray, and they stared at him for a whole 10 seconds before 5 or 6 voices said all at once, Why, it's old Puzzle! They had never seen him by daylight with the lion's skin off, and it made an extraordinary difference. He was himself now, A beautiful donkey with such a soft grey coat and such a gentle, honest face that if you had seen him, you would have done just what Jill and Lucy did, rushed forwards and put your arms round his neck and kissed his nose and stroked his ears. Yeah, alignment filter. Jeez. When they asked him where he had been, he said he had come in the door along with the other creatures, but he had, well, to tell the truth, he had been keeping out of their way as much as he could, and out of Aslan's way, for the sight of the real lion had made him so ashamed of all that nonsense about dressing up in a lion skin that he did not know how to look anyone in the face. But when he saw that his friends were going away westward, and after he had a mouthful or so of grass, "I've never tasted such good grass in all of my life," said Puzzle. He plucked up his courage and followed. What I'll do if I really have to meet Aslan, I'm sure I don't know," he added. "You'll find it will be all right when you really do," said Queen Lucy. Then they went forwards together, away westward, for that seemed to be the direction Aslan had meant when he cried out, "Further up and further in." Many other creatures were slowly moving the same way, but that grassy country was very wide, and there was no crowding. It still seemed to be early, and the morning freshness was in the air. They kept on stopping to look around and to look behind them, partly because it was so beautiful, but partly also because there was something about it which they could not understand. "Peter," said Lucy, "where is this, do you suppose?" "I don't know," said the High King. "It reminds me of somewhere, but I can't give it a name. Could it be somewhere we once stayed for a holiday? We were very, very small." "It would have been a very jolly good holiday," said Eustace. "I bet there isn't a country like this anywhere in our world. Look at the colors. You couldn't get a blue that blue on those mountains in our world." "Is it not Aslan's country?" said Tyrion. "Not like Aslan's country on top of that mountain beyond the eastern end of the world," said Jill. "I've been there." "If you ask me," said Edmund, "it's like somewhere in the Narnian world. Look at those mountains ahead, and that big ice mountains beyond them. Surely they're rather like the mountains we used to see from Narnia, the ones up westward beyond the waterfall." "Yes, so they are," said Peter. "Only these are bigger." "I don't think those ones are very like anything in Narnia," said Lucy. "But look here," she pointed southward to the left, and everyone stopped and turned to look. "Those hills," said Lucy. "The nice woody ones and the blue ones behind. Aren't they very like the southern border of Narnia?" "Like?" cried Edmund after a moment's silence. "Why, they're exactly like. Look, there's Mount Pyre with his forked head, and there's the pass and Archland and everything." "And yet they're not like," said Lucy. "They're different. They have more colors on them, and they look farther away than I remembered, and more, I don't know." "More like the real thing," said the Lord Diggory softly. Suddenly, Farsight the eagle spread his wings, soared 30 or 40 feet up the air, circled round, and then alighted on the ground. "Kings and queens," he cried, "we have all been blind. We're only beginning to see where we are. From up there I have seen it all. Ettinsmoor, Beaver's Dam, the great river, and Cair Paravel still shining on the edge of the eastern sea. Narnia is not dead. This is Narnia." "But how can it be?" said Peter. "For Aslan told us older ones that we should never return to Narnia, and here we are." Right, Knowledge Plains. What the fuck?
10 seconds before that.
Can we skip that ad? Sure.
5 minutes.
Sure. Yes, said Eustace, and we saw it all destroyed and the sun put out. "And it's all so different," said Lucy. "The eagle is right," said Lord Diggory. "Listen, Peter, when Aslan said you could never go back to Narnia, he meant the Narnia you were thinking of. But that was not the real Narnia. That had a beginning and an end. It was only a shadow or a copy of the real Narnia, which had always been here and always been which had always been here and always will be here, just as our own world, England and all, is only a shadow or a copy of something in Aslan's real world. We need not mourn over Narnia, Lucy. All of the old Narnia that mattered, all the dear creatures that have been drawn into the real Narnia through the door, and all, of course, is different. And of course it is different as a real thing is from the shadow, or a waking life is from a dream." His voice stirred everyone like a trumpet, and he spoke those words, but when he added under his breath, "It's all in Plato, bless me. What do they teach them in these schools?" The older ones laughed. It was so exactly like the sort of thing that they had heard him say long ago in that other world where his beard was grey instead of golden. He knew why they were laughing and joined in the laugh himself, but very quickly they all became grave again. For as you know, there is a kind of happiness and wonder that makes you serious. It is too good to waste on jokes. It is hard to explain how this sunlit land was different from the old Narnia, as it would be to tell you how the fruits of that country taste. Perhaps you will get some idea if you think like this. You may have been in a room which there was a window that looked out on a lovely bay of the sea, or a green valley that wound away among mountains, and in the wall of that room, opposite the window, there may have been a looking glass. And as you turned away from the window, you suddenly caught sight of the sea or that valley, all over again, in the looking glass. And in the sea in the mirror, or the valley in the mirror, were one in the sense just the same as the real one, yet at the same time they were somehow different, deeper, more wonderful, more like the places in a story you never heard, but very much wanted to know. The difference between the old Narnia and the new Narnia was like that. The new one was a deeper country. Every rock and flower and blade of grass looked as if it meant more. I can't describe it any better than that. If ever you get there, you will know what I mean. It was the unicorn who summed it up what everyone was feeling. He stamped his right forehoof on the ground and neighed and then cried, "I have come home at last. This is my real country. I belong here. This is the land I have been looking for all my life, though I never knew it till now. The reason why we loved the old Narnia is that it sometimes looked a little like this. Come farther up, come farther in." He shook his mane and sprang forwards into a great gallop, a unicorn's gallop, which, in our world, would have carried him out of sight in a few moments. But now a most strange thing happened. Everyone else began to run. They found, to their astonishment, that they could keep up with him. Not only the dogs and the humans, but even fat little Puzzle and short-legged Poggin the dwarf. The air flew in their faces as if they were driving fast in a car without a windscreen. The country flew past as if they were seeing it from the windows of an express train. Faster and faster they raced, but no one got hot or tired or out of breath. Chapter 16. Farewell to Shadowlands. If one could run without being tired, I don't think one often want to do anything else, but there might be special reason for stopping, and it was a special reason which Eustace presently shout, "I say, steady, look where we're coming to." And well he might. For now they saw before them Cauldron Pool, and beyond the pool the high, unclimbable cliffs, and pouring down the cliffs thousands of tons of water every second, flashing like diamonds in some places, and dark glassy green in others, the great waterfall, and already the thunder of it was in their ears. "Don't stop, farther up, farther in," called Farsight, tilting his flight a little upwards. "It's all very well for him," said Eustace, but Jewel also cried out, "Don't stop, farther up and farther in, take it in your stride." His voice could only just be heard above the roar of the water, but next moment everyone saw that he had plunged into the pool, and helter-skelter behind him, with a splash to splash, all the others did the same. The water was not bitingly cold as all of them, and especially Puzzle, expected, but of a delicious foamy coolness. They all found they were swimming straight for the waterfall itself. "This is absolutely crazy," said Eustace to Edmund. "I know, and yet—" "Isn't it wonderful?" said Lucy. "Have you noticed one can't feel afraid even if one wants to? Try it." "By Jove, neither one can," said Eustace after he had tried. Jewel reached the foot of the waterfall first, but Tyrion was only just behind him. Jewel was last, so that she could see the whole thing better than the others. She saw something white moving steadily up the face of the waterfall. The white thing was the unicorn. You couldn't tell whether he was swimming or climbing, but he moved on, higher and higher. The point of his horn divided the water just above his head, and it cascaded out into two rainbow-colored streams all round his shoulders. Just behind him came King Tyrion. He moved his legs and arms as if he were swimming, but he moved straight upwards, as if one could swim up a wall of a house. What looked funniest was the dogs. During the gallop they had not been at all out of breath, but now, as they swarmed and wriggled upwards, there was plenty of sputtering and sneezing among them. That was because they would keep on barking, and every time they barked, they got in their mouths and noses full of water. But before Jill had time to notice all these things fully, she was going up the waterfall herself. It was the sort of thing that would have been quite impossible in our world, even if you hadn't been drowned. You would have been smashed to pieces by the terrible weight of the water against the countless jags of rock. But in that world you could do it. You went on, up and up, with all kinds of reflected lights flashing at you from the water, and all manner of colored stones flashing through it, till it seemed as if this feels like somebody's desired to swim up a waterfall. It's like, in this world you can, and this is what it would be like. Till the sense of a height would have terrified you if you could be terrified. But here it was only gloriously exciting. And then at last one came to the lovely smooth green curve in which the water poured over the top, and found that one was out on the level of the river above the waterfall. The current was racing away behind you, but you were such a wonderful swimmer that you could make headway against it. Soon they were at the bank, dripping but happy. A long valley opened ahead, and great snow mountains, now much nearer, stood up against the sky. "Farther up and farther in," cried Jewel, and instantly they were off again. They were out of Narnia now, and up into the western wild, which neither Tyrion nor Peter nor even the eagle had ever seen before, but the Lord Diggory and the Lady Polly had. "Do you remember? Do you remember?" they said. They said it in steady voices too, without panting, for the whole party was now running faster than an arrow flies. "What, Lord?" said Tyrion. "Is it true, as stories tell, that you two journeyed here on the very day the world was made?" "Yes," said Diggory. Hold on. "And it seems to me as if it were only yesterday." "On a flying horse," said Tyrion. "Is that part true?" "Certainly," said Diggory, but the dogs barked faster, faster. So they ran faster and faster, till it was more like flying than running, and even the eagle overhead was going no faster than they. And they went through the winding valley after winding valley, and up the steep sides of hills, and faster than ever down the other sides, following the river, and sometimes crossing it and skimming across mountain lakes as if they were living speedboats, till at last at the far end of one long lake, which looked as blue as turquoise, they saw a smooth green hill. Its sides were as steep as the sides of a pyramid, and round the very top of it ran a green wall. But above the wall rose the branches of trees whose leaves looked like silver and their fruit like gold. "Farther up, further in," roared the unicorn, and no one held back. They charged straight at the foot of the hill, and then found themselves running up it almost as water from a broken wave runs up a rock out of the point of some bay. Though the slope was nearly as steep as the roof of a house, and the grass was smooth as a bowling green, no one slipped. Only when they had reached the very top did they slow up. That was because they found themselves facing great golden gates, and for a moment none of them was bold enough to try if the gates would open. They all felt just as they had felt about the fruit. Dare we? Is it right? Can it be meant for us? But while they were standing there, a great horn, wonderfully loud and sweet, blew from somewhere inside the walled garden, and the gates swung open. Tyrion stood holding his breath and wondering who would come out, and what came out was the last thing he'd expected. A little sleek, bright-eyed, talking mouse with a red feather stuck in a circlet on his head, and his left paw resting on a long sword. It bowed, a most beautiful bow, and said in a shrill voice, "Welcome to the Lion's Name. In the Lion's name, come farther up and further in." Then Tyrion saw King Peter and King Edmund and Queen Lucy rush forward to kneel down and meet the mouse, and they all cried out, "Reepicheep," and Tyrion breathed fast, and the sheer wonder of it. For now he knew that he was looking at one of the great heroes of Narnia, Reepicheep the Mouse, who had fought at the great battle of Baruna, and afterwards sailed to the world's end with King Caspian the Seafarer. But before he had much time to think of this, he felt two strong arms thrown about him, and felt a bearded kiss on his cheek, and heard a well-remembered voice saying, "What, lad, art thicker and taller since I last touched thee?" It was his own father, the good King Aurelian, but not as Tyrion had last seen him, where they brought him home pale and wounded from his fight with the giant, nor even as Tyrion remembered him in his later years, when he was grey-haired warrior. This was his father, young and merry, and he could just remember him from early days when he himself had been a little boy playing games with his father in the castle garden at Cair Paravel, just before bedtime on summer evenings. The very smell of the beard and milk he used to have for supper came back to him. Bread and milk. Jewel thought to himself, "I will leave them to talk for a little, and then I will go and greet the good King Aurelian. Many a bright apple he had given me when I was but a colt. But next moment he had something else to think of, for out of the greenweed came a horse so mighty, so noble, that even a unicorn might feel shy in its presence. A great winged horse. It looked a moment at the Lord Diggory and the Lady Polly, and neighed out. "What cousins!" they both shouted. "Fledge! Good old Fledge!" and rushed to kiss it. But by now the mouse was again urging them to come in, so all of them passed in through the golden gates, into the delicious smell that blew towards them out of that garden, and into the cool mixture of sunlight and shadow under the trees, walking on springy turf that all dotted with white flowers. The very first thing which struck on everyone was that the place was far larger than it seemed from outside, but no one had time to think about it, for people were coming up to meet the newcomers from every direction. Everyone you had ever heard of, if you ever knew the history of these countries, seemed to be there. There was Glimfeather the owl, and Puddleglum the marshwiggle, King Rillian the disenchanted, and his mother, the star's daughter, and his great father, Caspian himself. And close beside him, were the Lord Drinian and Lord Byrne, and Trumpkin the dwarf, and Trufflehunter the good badger, with Glenstorm the centaur, and 100 other heroes of the great war of deliverance. And then from another side came Cor, the king of Archenland, with King Lune, his father, and his wife, Queen Aravis, and the brave Prince Corin Thunderfist, his brother, and Bree the horse, and Hwin the mare. And then, which was a wonder beyond all wonders to Trinian, there came from farther away in the past the 2 good beavers and Tumnus the fawn, and there was a greeting and kissing and handshaking, and old jokes revived. You've no idea how good an old joke sounds when you take it out again after a rest of 500 or 600 years. And the whole companies moved forwards to the center of the orchard, where the phoenix sat in a tree and looked down upon them. And at the foot of that tree were 2 thrones, and in those 2 thrones a king and queen so great and beautiful that everyone bowed down before them. And well they might, for these 2 were King Frank and Queen Helen, from whom all the most ancient kings of Narnia and Archenland are descended. And Tyrion felt as you would feel if you were brought before Adam and Eve in all of their glory. About half an hour later, or it might have been half 100 years later, for time there is not like time here, Lucy stood with her dear friend, her oldest Narnian friend, the fawn Tumnus, looking down over the wall of that garden, and seeing all Narnia spread out below. But when you looked down, you found that this hill was much higher than you had thought. It sank down with shining cliffs, thousands of feet below them, and trees in that lower world looked no bigger than grains of green salt. Then she turned inwards again, and stood with her back to the wall, and looked at the garden. "I see," she said at last thoughtfully. "I see now. This garden is like the stable. It is far bigger inside than it was outside." "Of course, daughter of Eve," said the fawn. "The farther up and the farther in you go, the bigger everything gets. The inside is larger than the outside." Yay, Tumnus is back. Eee.
You got 1 minute left.
I'm sorry. Lucy looked hard at the garden and saw that it was not really a garden at all, but a whole world with its own rivers and woods and sea and mountains. But they were not strange, as she knew them all. "I see," she said. "This is still Narnia, and more real and more beautiful than the Narnia down below, just as it was more real and more beautiful than the Narnia outside the stable door. I see, world within world, Narnia within Narnia." "Yes," said Mr. Tumnus, "like an onion, except that as you go in and in, each circle is larger than the last." And Lucy looked this way and that, and soon found that a new and beautiful thing had happened to her. Wherever she looked, or however far away it might be, once she had fixed her eyes steadily on it, became quite clear and close, as if she were looking through a telescope. She could see the whole southern desert, and beyond the great city of Tashban. To eastward, she could see Cair Paravel on the edge. Damn it. And it's so close. You've got like a page and a half. Thank you for doing your best to pause it.
I paused all 3. I have no more.
You're not allowed to snooze no more. They're like, monetize. Monetize or die. Yeah. I mean, nah, it's kind of mean. I could finish reading. Everyone gets back from the ads, and it's over. Three cheers for Tumnus. 'Hip, hip, hooray.' 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 Things are still pretty quiet from the mer people. I don't see them running.
Rude. Yes, I see the mer people running across the landscape with a little fence.
I'm just imagining it's like, everybody quick, onwards and upwards, and the mer people by the ocean are like, awkward.
Oh, they haven't mentioned any of the dryads.
I know, that too.
Were any of the mer people good in the previous one? Or were they all aggressive and evil?
We, in the,
When we were on the Dawn...
on the Voyage of the Dawn Treader, they had discussed, how the mer people they saw on their journey were different from the ones from Narnia. And then there was a discussion from Lucy saying that she remembered how those mer people would come to Caraparavel and they would interact and things were good.
Oh.
So there must be good mermaids out there. Mer people.
Well, they're looking at this whole fucking landscape with grass going like, I don't want to be here.
Yeah, they could have joined for the waterfall or something. Like, it feels like the moment that they had that interaction with the Calorman guy, that the talk of the other beasts and the other Narnians, besides like the kings and queens, kind of just went away. And the bear, he just, I guess, stayed eating stuff.
Well, why not?
He's like, these ones are good enough. Yeah, that's true. And again, they described not knowing how long time passing, so I guess technically time doesn't exist anymore? I don't know. Yeah, that's true. Do whatever you want, essentially. I figured, like, if you got eternity, eventually the bear might meander his way up here. Very true. It's like that, this is weirdly obscure, but there is, technically math stating that if you had a Minecraft world running long enough, it could defeat the Enderman, like the Ender Dragon, because it has to do with how, there's a chance of, like, Ender Portal spawning, and if it's infinite, it could spawn an Ender Portal near, I think there's a mob or something that just aggroes against stuff, and it's just like really, there's a whole video on it. Technically, given enough time, lots of things can happen. So a bear could eventually wander to the garden, I guess. How long till the ad's over? Oh yay, okay. Onions. To eastward, she could see Cair Paravel on the edge of the sea in the very window of the room that had once been her own. And far out to sea, she could discover the islands, island after island to the end of the world, and beyond the end, the huge mountain which they had called Aslan's country. But now she saw that it was part of a great chain of mountains, which ringed around the whole world. In front of her, it seemed to come quite close. Then she looked to her left and saw what she took to be a great bank of brightly colored clouds, cut off from them by a gap. But she looked harder and saw that they were not clouds at all, but a real land. And when she had fixed her eyes on one particular spot of it, she saw at once and cried out, "Peter! Edmund, come and look, come quickly!" And they came and looked, for their eyes also had become like hers. "Why," exclaimed Peter, "it's England! And that's our house itself, Professor Kirk's old home in the country where all our adventures began." "I thought that house had been destroyed," said Edmund. "So it was," said the fawn. "But you are now looking at the England within England, the real England, just as this is the real Narnia. And in that inner England, no good thing is destroyed." Suddenly they shift. I'm just imagining somebody be like, "I hated that house." Everything happens, yeah. Suddenly they shifted their eyes to another spot, and then Peter and Edmund and Lucy gasped with amazement and shouted out and began waving, for there they saw their own father and mother waving back at them across the great deep valley. It was like when you see people waving at you from the deck of a big ship when you are waving on the quay to meet them. "How can we get at them?" said Lucy. "That is easy," said Mr. Tumnus. "That country and this country, all the real countries, are only spurs jutting out from the great mountains of Aslan. We have only to walk along the ridge, upwards and inwards, till it joins on, and listen. There is King Frank's horn. We must all go up." And soon they found themselves all walking together, and a great bright procession it was, up towards the mountains higher than you could see in the world. Up towards mountains higher than you could see in this world, even if they were there to be seen. My gosh. But there was no snow on those mountains. There were forests and green slopes and sweet orchards and flashing waterfalls, one above the other, going up forever. And the land they were walking on grew narrower all the time, with a great deep valley on each side, and across that valley the land which the real England grew nearer and nearer. The light ahead was growing stronger. Lucy saw that a great series of many-colored cliffs led up in front of them like a giant staircase, and then she forgot everything else, because Aslan himself was coming, leaping down from cliff to cliff like a living cataract of power and beauty. And the very first person whom Aslan called to him was Puzzle, the donkey. You never saw a donkey look feebler and sillier than Puzzle did as he walked up to Aslan, and he looked beside Aslan as small as a kitten looks beside a St. Bernard. The lion bowed down his head and whispered something to Puzzle, at which his long ears went down, but then he said something else, at which his ears perked up again. The humans couldn't hear what was said at either time. Then Aslan turned to them and said, "You do not yet look so happy as I mean you to be." Lucy said, "We're so afraid of being sent away, Aslan, and you have sent us back into our own world so often." "No fear of that," said Aslan. "Have you not guessed?" Their hearts leapt, and a wild hope rose within them. "There was a real railway accident," said Aslan softly. "Your father and mother and all of you are, as you used to call it, in the Shadowlands, dead. The term is over. The holidays have begun. The dream is ended. This is the morning." And as he spoke, he no longer looked to them as lion, but things that began to happen after that were so great and beautiful that I cannot write them. And for us, this is the end of all the stories, and we can most truly say that they all lived happily ever after. But for them, it was only the beginning of the real story. All their life in this world and all their adventures in Narnia had only been the cover and the title page. Now at last they are beginning chapter 1 of the great story, which no one on earth has read, which goes on forever, in which every chapter is better than the one before. Remember on I think the islands where she was reading that book with the story and all that, she said it was the most wonderful story that you kept reading and it kept getting better the further you read. And then Aslan interrupted. She asked if she could read it again. He said, because she forgot it, and he said you will one day. I wonder if that's like a referral to this end of this book. Happy, yeah. Oh. It's almost 2 a.m. here. My gosh. Thank you, everybody who's still awake. Thank you, Carrie, for the hype. It was nice to go over these stories again, yeah. It did feel like at the end there, he got real preachy. But, it's fine. He didn't hurt anybody, and his books were still nice. Yeah. There's also a couple of mentions on that last book when he was talking about the Callerman's descriptions that I kind of had to not say certain words because yeah, it is what it is, a different time. It's not nearly as bad as the Aesop's Fables was. Yeah, right? What you gonna do? I can't rewrite the book, but whatever. So, like I said, Hero is going to be, since we finished this, Hero is waiting on to see if Cyan gives approval for the reading of the Mist books, because I really would like to do those next, but if that doesn't go through, I guess I'll leave it up to whether he wants to do a vote if I read Shakespeare or if I read, oh my gosh, Gulliver Travels next. Shakespeare is going to be a little bit unusual, but probably more entertaining, whereas Gulliver Travels is going to be, I know it's a bit, can be very dry. So if you're looking to fall asleep, it's definitely the book to listen to. So I guess maybe I'll ask Hero to put up a voting on his channel for that before next Sunday. Otherwise, again, thank all of you for coming in and tuning in, and I hope you have wonderful dreams. Have a good night.